Welcome to Simplilearn Cybersecurity Full Course by Simplilearn. In today's digital age, protecting data and systems from cyber threats is more critical than ever. Cybersecurity involves safeguarding internet-connected systems from cyber attacks, ensuring the integrity and confidentiality and the availability of information. With cyber threats constantly evolving, skilled cybersecurity professionals are in high demand. Do you know they earn between $90,000 to $130,000 annually? This comprehensive course covers everything you need to know: the basics of cybersecurity, network security, threats and attack vectors, cryptography, security, and risk management. Join us on this journey to master cybersecurity skills and protect the digital world.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
If you are interested in becoming a cybersecurity expert, this course is done for you. Ranked 1 by Career Karma, our program will prepare you for CEH, CompTIA, CISSP certifications. Learn from the industry experts and get access to the official EC Council kit, including labs and exam vouchers. Master the strategies to secure your infrastructure from cyber threats and architect cloud-based security. This 6-month online bootcamp starting on August 10, 2024 offers hands-on learning with 8x higher interaction, simulation tests, and real-world projects. Join 10,434 learners who rated this course 4.5 stars. Enroll now and secure your future in cybersecurity.
Meet Anne. She often shops from www.shoppingcart.com. She has her information like email ID, address, and credit card details saved on the website to enable a faster and hassle-free shopping experience. The required information is stored in a server. One day, Anne received an email which stated her eligibility for a special discount voucher from shoppingcart.com. In order to receive the coupon code, she was asked to fill in her shoppingcart.com account credentials. This didn't seem fishy to her at the time, as she thought it was just an account verification step. Little did she realize the danger she would be facing. She was knocked off her feet when a substantial amount of money was wiped off her account. How do you think this happened? Well, yes, the email she received was fake. Anne's shoppingcart.com account witnessed unauthorized access from a third party. This type of attack is known as a cyber attack, and the person who carries it out is called a hacker. Could Anne have prevented this attack? Indeed, she could have, with the help of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity involves techniques that help in securing various digital components, networks, data, and computer systems from unauthorized digital access. There are multiple ways to implement cybersecurity, depending on the kind of network you are connected to and the type of cyber attacks you are prone to. So, let's take a look at the various cyber attacks that Anne could have been exposed to. One of the most common types of cyber attacks is a malware attack like Trojan, adware, and spyware, to name a few. Had Anne downloaded any suspicious attachments online, her system could have gotten corrupted by certain malicious viruses embedded within the attachments. Next is a phishing attack, the type of cyber attack which Anne experienced. Here, the hacker usually sends fraudulent emails, which appear to be coming from a legitimate source. This is done to install malware or to steal sensitive data like credit card information and login credentials. Another type of attack is the man-in-the-middle attack. Here, the hacker gains access to the information path between Anne's device and the website's server. The hacker's computer takes over Anne's IP address. By doing so, the communication line between Anne and the website is secretly intercepted. This commonly happens with unsecured Wi-Fi networks and also through malware. Password attack is one of the easiest ways to hack a system. Here, Anne's password could have been cracked by using either common passwords or trying all possible alphabetical combinations. To prevent future cyber attacks, Anne sought to implement a few cybersecurity practices. First, she installed a firewall. As the name suggests, it is a virtual wall between Anne's computer and the internet. Firewalls filter the incoming and outgoing traffic from your device to safeguard your network, and they can either be software applications or hardware reinforcements. Secondly, Anne implemented honeypots. Just like how flowers attract bees, dummy computer systems, called honeypots, are used to attract attackers. These systems are made to look vulnerable in order to deceive attackers, and this, in turn, defends the real system. In addition to these, she also decided to use unique alphanumeric passwords, antivirus software, and started avoiding mails from unknown senders. That was Anne's story. Cyberattacks are not just confined to individuals, but also to public and private organizations. The cyberattacks carried out in such places are more deadly, and they result in colossal losses. Motives of such attacks are many, starting from tampering with crucial data to monetary gains. Let's have a look at a few of the cyberattacks that companies are subjected to. Various public sector organizations and large corporations face the Advanced Persistent Threat, APT. In this form of attack, hackers gain access to networks for a prolonged period in order to continuously gain confidential information. Companies also witness the denial of service attack, where networks are flooded with traffic, which in turn leaves legitimate service requests unattended. A variant of this is the distributed denial of service, DDoS attack, when multiple systems are used to launch the attack. When a hacker manipulates a standard SQL query in a database-driven website, it is known as a SQL injection attack. By doing so, hackers can view, edit, and delete tables from databases. Amidst a plethora of cyberattacks, it is indeed a challenge for organizations with several networks and servers to ensure complete security. This is not an easy task, and to help with this, cybersecurity professionals are hired to work on identifying cyber threats and securing a company's network. There are multiple job roles in the field of cybersecurity. If hacking fascinates you, then the role of an ethical hacker is something to be explored. Such professionals try to exploit a network's vulnerabilities, just like how a hacker would do, but only to identify those vulnerabilities and resolve them for protection against an actual cyber attack. But if you are looking to design robust security structures, then the role of a security architect is more apt. A Chief Information Security Officer, CISO, plays a crucial role in enterprise security and is entrusted with the overall safety of the information in an organization. So, here's a question for you. Identify the type of cyber attack where the hacker's system takes over the client's IP address. A. DDoS attack. B. Man-in-the-middle attack. C. Phishing attack. D. Password attack. Give it a thought and leave your answers in the comments section below. 3 lucky winners will receive Amazon gift vouchers. With the increase in the production of global digital data, it is anticipated that cyber attacks will quadruple in the near future. Organizations are going to need cybersecurity professionals who can prevent these attacks. A career in the field of cybersecurity is lucrative and a very smart decision for professionals now. We humans are highly tech-savvy in today's times. With the extensive use of the internet and modern technologies, there is a massive challenge in protecting all our digital data, such as net banking information, account credentials, and medical reports, to name a few. Have you heard about the deadly WannaCry ransomware attack? The attack happened in May 2017 in Asia, and then it spread across the world. Within a day, more than 230,000 computers were infected across 150 countries. The WannaCry cryptoworm encrypted the data and locked the users out of their systems. For decryption of the data, the users were asked for a ransom of $300 to $600 in Bitcoin. The users who used the unsupported version of Microsoft Windows and those who hadn't installed the security update of April 2017 were targeted in this attack. The WannaCry attack took a toll on every sector. Top-tier organizations like Hitachi, Nissan, and FedEx had to put their businesses on hold as their systems were affected too. Now, this is what you call a cyber attack. To prevent such attacks, cybersecurity is implemented. We can define cybersecurity as the practice of protecting networks, programs, computer systems, and their components from unauthorized digital attacks. These illegal attacks are often referred to as hacking. Hacking refers to exploiting weaknesses in a computer network to obtain unauthorized access to information. A hacker is a person who tries to hack into computer systems. This is a misconception that hacking is always wrong. There are hackers who work with different motives. Let's have a look at 3 different types of hackers. Black hat hackers are individuals who illegally hack into a system for a monetary gain. On the contrary, we have white hat hackers who exploit the vulnerabilities in a system by hacking into it with permission in order to defend the organization. This form of hacking is absolutely legal and ethical. Hence, they are also often referred to as ethical hackers. In addition to these hackers, we also have the gray hat hackers. As the name suggests, the color gray is a blend of both white and black. These hackers discover vulnerabilities in a system and report it to the system's owner, which is a good act. But they do this without seeking the owner's approval. Sometimes gray hat hackers also ask for money in return for the spotted vulnerabilities. Now that you have seen the different types of hackers, let's understand more about the hacking that is legal and valid, ethical hacking, through an interesting story. Dan runs a trading company. He does online training with the money his customers invest. Everything was going well, and Dan's business was booming, until a hacker decided to hack the company's servers. The hacker stole the credentials of various trading accounts. He asked for a lump sum ransom in exchange for the stolen credentials. Dan took the hacker's words lightly and didn't pay the hacker. As a result, the hacker withdrew money from various customers' accounts, and Dan was liable to pay back the customers. Dan lost a lot of money, and also the trust of his customers. After this incident, Dan gave a lot of thought as to what could have gone wrong with the security infrastructure in his company. He wished there was someone from his company who could have run a test attack to see how vulnerable his systems were before the hacker penetrated into the network. This was when he realized he needed an employee who thinks like a hacker and identifies the vulnerabilities in his network before an outsider does. To do this job, he hired an ethical hacker, John. John was a skilled professional who worked precisely like a hacker. In no time, he spotted several vulnerabilities in Dan's organization and closed all the loopholes. Hiring an ethical hacker helped Dan protect his customers from further attacks in the future. This, in turn, increased the company's productivity and guarded the company's reputation. So, now you know hacking is not always bad. John, in this scenario, exposed the vulnerabilities in the existing network, and such hacking is known as ethical hacking. Ethical hacking is distributed into 6 different phases. Let us look at these phases step by step with respect to how John, our ethical hacker, will act. Before launching an attack, the first step John takes is to gather all the necessary information about the organization's system that he intends to attack. This step is called reconnaissance. He uses tools like Nmap and hping for this purpose. John then tries to spot the vulnerabilities, if any, in the target system using tools like Nmap and Nexpose. This is the scanning phase. Now that he has located the vulnerabilities, he then tries to exploit them. This step is known as gaining access. After John makes his way through the organization's networks, he tries to maintain his access for future attacks by installing backdoors in the target system. The Metasploit tool helps him with this. This phase is called maintaining access. John is a brilliant hacker. Hence, he tries his best not to leave any evidence of his attack. This is the 5th phase, clearing tracks. We now have the last phase, that is reporting. In this phase, John documents a summary of his entire attack, the vulnerabilities he spotted, the tools he used, and the success rate of the attack. Looking into the report, Dan is now able to take a call and see how to protect his organization from any external cyber attacks. Don't you all think John is an asset to any organization? If you want to become an ethical hacker like John, then there are a few skills that you need to acquire. First and foremost, you need to have a good knowledge of operating environments such as Windows, Linux, Unix, and Macintosh. You must have reasonably good knowledge of programming languages such as HTML, PHP, Python, SQL, and JavaScript. Networking is the base of ethical hacking. Hence, you should be good at it. Ethical hackers should be well aware of security laws so that they don't misuse their skills. Finally, you must have a global certification on ethical hacking to successfully bag a position of an ethical hacker like John. Few examples of ethical hacking certification are Certified Ethical Hacker Certification, CEH, CompTIA Pentest Plus, and Licensed Penetration Tester Certification, to name a few. Simplilearn provides a cybersecurity expert master's program that will equip you with all the skills required by a cybersecurity expert. You could have a look at it by clicking the link in the description. So, here's a question for you. In which phase of ethical hacking will you install backdoors in the target system? A. Scanning. B. Maintaining access. C. Clearing tracks. D. Reconnaissance. Give it a thought and leave your answers in the comments section below. 3 lucky winners will receive Amazon gift vouchers. The endless growth of technologies in this area is directly proportional to the number of cybercrimes. Cybercrimes are estimated to cost $6 trillion in 2021. Hence, to tackle these cybercrimes, organizations are continuously on the lookout for cybersecurity professionals. The average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is $91,000 in the US and approximately rupees 7 lakhs in India. So, what are you waiting for? Get certified and become an ethical hacker like John and put an end to the cyber attacks in the world.
Let's do the basics first, and then we'll come to the point of discussion. Right. So let's move on to our topic of the evening and our first domain, enterprise infrastructure security. Right. We'll be discussing about risk management. So let's start the tonight's topic and proceed. Right. So we'll be discussing about risk management in the information security, where we'll understand the concepts of cybersecurity, the CIA triad. We'll enumerate various factors involving risk management. We'll be able to understand the definition between quantitative and qualitative risk analysis, and also categorize various types of security control methods, right? And normally, we start with a scenario, right? We start with the scenario. And the scenario is you have joined a major corporation as a cybersecurity specialist. In your new role as a cybersecurity specialist, you must help in securing the organization's information systems. Right? That's your job as a cybersecurity expert, a specialist. Now, your job entails in protecting systems from cyber risks, threats, and vulnerabilities by monitoring and detecting, investigating, analyzing, and responding to security events, right? Incidents, events. So the task you have been given are identify the potential threats to the organization's critical assets, identify vulnerabilities to organization's assets, determine risks, and for identified risks, perform something known as risk analysis and recommend appropriate response. This is what you'll be learning on the job as we proceed. So basics first. What is cybersecurity? Very simple. Every one of us knows. It refers to the process of securing sensitive data and critical systems from cyber threats. Right? We'll cover what is a threat, what is sensitive data, what is vulnerabilities, exploits as we proceed in our discussions. Right? The goal is to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. We'll cover CII triad. That is CI. C stands for confidentiality, I stands for integrity, A stands for availability of an organization's critical assets. Now, the assets would be your networks, your computers, your programs, your data, your human being, your facilities. Anything is an asset for an organization. You agree with me, all of you? What is an asset in an organization? Anything which is a property of an organization. Anything which gives, helps boost the organization's productivity per se. Right? Understood, right? Right. So that is the goal of cybersecurity: to protect, right, the organization, allow it to flourish, continue doing business. Right. So let's come to our blackboard, and I will start our topic discussions. The first topic we'll be discussing about security and risk management. Right. Would you want everything in white, or would you prefer a red font? How does it look? White or red font? Your choice. White is better? Okay, great. Thank you. So I intend to share this with you once every session is complete. Yeah, Juice says FFF. Wonderful. Okay. White background is it, or black background with white font? But this is what I do. I use black background with white font, but I can always change it. No problem. You can have it like this also. The white background with black font. Good. Let's start with that discussion. So what I do normally, okay, let's have the introductory discussions. Yeah. Okay, let's start with security and risk management. So I'll give you the introduction. Then we'll move on further on our topics, right? So let's have this discussion completed. Okay, what is the issue? Right. So information security and risk management are analogous with each other. Analogous with each other. This is how I will create notes, share it with you at the end of the day. Now, as you see, it is clear. If we can increase the font a bit more for all of us to see, have a better look, right? The security and risk management domain forms the baseline for all information security concepts and practices. Now, in this topic, we'll be focusing on concepts and key areas such as the asset protection, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, security governance and principles, compliance, legal and regulatory issues that pertain to information security in the global context, professional ethics, personal security policies, risk management principles, threat modeling, business continuity planning, security risk considerations in acquisition strategy and practice, security education, training, and awareness. Right? At the primary, this is what we'll be covering throughout as we proceed, right? So we'll be discussing all of these one by one. Now, this is something which I'm covering through my own notes, through my understanding of what I have learned throughout the years, right? So remember, this is the practical part of it, which we are discussing. You'll have to go back and understand it during the weekend or week whenever you are free. Let's start with an illustration. So let's start with an illustration. Let me get my pen activated. There is it. Please allow me a minute so that I can set up my white pen and writer. And just give me a second. I think I missed the connector somewhere. Okay, great. So let's start with a particular illustration. I think I will do one thing. I can't find my pen as of now, so I can create over here itself. Let's draw shapes and type it there itself. So first thing, I will cover the topics one by one. Black, yeah. Asset, insert. So consider this asset. I want to get this box over here. Right. Yeah. So consider an asset in an organization, right? Now, we will cover the definition. Let me complete the diagram and I'll explain it to you. What do you mean by asset and why we need to discuss on it, right? So here's the asset. Then when you have an asset, you need to protect the asset, right? You need to protect. So assets, as I said, can be a human resource, can be computers, can be your facilities, can be anything, right? Let's understand an asset basically requires protection. So let's copy this, get it over here. Okay, I'm creating a diagram for ease of understanding over here. I think this should be good. Yeah, so it needs protection. Once the diagram is ready, we can talk about it in greater detail. Right? Now, this protection will be based on something. And what is that something? What is that something? Is, okay, the CIA triad, which we'll be discussing, in our topics ahead. So the protection has to be based on, let's have this thing again, based. We need requires. This thing requires protection, and this protection will be based on shapes. Do I have a triangle? Yeah. Will be based on the CIA triad, which is C stands for, let's make it bigger. Okay. C stands for confidentiality. Okay. Can I copy this? And the A stands for availability. Yeah, it would have been easier. I did find the pen, but connector to my yeah. So A stands for availability. There's an I over here. So let's have an I which says it is integrity. We'll be covering all these terminologies. So those who are confused, not sure what is happening, do not worry, we'll cover it. Right? This is your CIA triad. This is your CIA triad. So understand, we have an asset which requires protection, and this protection will be based on the CIA triad, right? So important, remember. So let's have this color coded for ease. And actually, I'm beautifying it, nothing else. So, right. So that's it. Make this as green so that you can see it better. Green, right? So you have an asset, it needs protection. The protection will be based on the CIA triad, right? Now, what is an asset at the onset? What is an asset? Asset is, it's not straight. Let's make it straight. An asset is nothing but, let me make it here. We'll increase the arrow's length so that I can add here. And what is an asset? Yeah, asset is your hardware, software, information, people, personal. Let me see, how can I get it here? Oh, interesting. Okay, so your physical hardware. Now this is creating trouble for me. I don't know. It should have worked. Normally it does, but I normally make these diagrams using my pen. I never use this. So this is what is causing the issue. And if I type, it is typing somewhere else. Yeah. So like I said, I assume we are out of the initial issues, right? So let's start. So like I said, the asset which we were discussing, what is an asset? His asset is nothing but your hardware. So your software, right? Then it could be, say it could be your people, right? And information, right? All of them are considered to be assets. Now, this is, yes, everything is an asset. Your facilities also can be called an asset. So assets can be hardware, software, people, information. And as is the case over here, all of them will require, excuse me. Yeah, all of them will require protection. All of them will require protection. Okay, so we need to protect it. Now we've already talked, the protection will be based on our CI, confidentiality, integrity, and availability per se, right? So let's, excuse me. It is misbehaving. No, interesting. It is not allowing me to delete this. Is the line visible? Okay, you are also able to see this line which has come up, right? Okay, yeah. My apologies to the team. It should not have happened like that. Interesting. It is a glitch. Okay. Now let's move on further and we'll discuss it if the issue comes up again. Now, this CIA will primarily be given or will be decided based on certain other aspects, right? And those aspects would be your security, compliance. So we'll cover this. So uh, you'll understand it better. Compliance and policies, all right? So this CIA will be primarily based on security, compliance, and policies. Now, again, this also will be ensured through the CIA will be ensured through. Let me move it a bit like this. Can I just use it like this? Yeah. It will be ensured through security governance, security governance, right? And through compliance. Compliance. This will be demonstrated through compliance, right? Now, understand. Uh, let's get these boxes in place. So here it is. Yeah, just trying to get everything in place. Second box is the compliance box over here. We'll make it slightly good looking, right? Yeah. Okay. Here it is. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Coming back to our discussion, understand this security governance will be driven through compliance. So this security governance will be driven through compliance. So driven through compliance. Okay. So as of now, most of you must be feeling that this is all gibberish, but we'll cover it as we proceed. So don't worry, right? So this is a diagram which we'll be referring regularly. Hence, I'm creating the diagram over here, right? Now, this compliance will be primarily based on certain aspects such as, so the compliance will be based on certain things which we'll be covering one by one. That is legislations or regulatory. So let's say legislative, then regulatory, privacy related issues, right? Privacy related issues, right? Also, it will be, for example, let's say it will be based on PCI DSS. Now we'll cover what is PCI DSS as we proceed. Regulations, HIPAA, or GDPR. GDPR, right? So we'll cover this as we proceed. Now understand, the most important thing we need to understand is an asset. It is hardware, software, people, information, facility, everything and all of it, right? Now, this asset needs to be protected, right? The asset needs to be protected. And this protection will be based on confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right? And now this CIA will be demonstrated using compliance, which is primarily based on legislative, regulatory, privacy-related issues and regulations. And the security governance will ensure it, right? Now, what is security governance? It is nothing but management practices, right? Standards, policies, procedures. That is security governance. So a few things to be remembered over here. Where's my pen? Here it is. So remember, security governance is nothing but management practices, right? Then it will be your standards, policies, and procedures. We'll cover the definition after this, right? You should remember that security governance can be ensured by proper management practices, standards, policies, and procedures, right? Basically, this complete stuff will give you or will provide insights. I need to slow down. Insights into something known as security controls, the protection mechanisms, right? Your personal security and professional ethics, right? Okay. Now, all of this is interrelated, hence we are covering it like that. Now, this particular aspect of security controls, excuse me, I did select, yeah. All these aspects of security controls, personal security, professional ethics will be controlled by or can be adhered using your compliance, right? We'll be adhering this using compliance, right? Now each term will be explaining as we proceed ahead. So don't get confused, right? So this will be adhered through, right? Security compliance. Okay, is the diagram clear? Right? Is the diagram clear? Asset needs protection. Asset is nothing but hardware, software, people, information. Protection will be done through the use of CIA, compliance, integrity, availability. Okay. This is primarily, okay, one more box will create so that I can differentiate. Otherwise, my handwriting is, okay, here it is. So yeah, now this compliance CIA will be basically based on security compliance and policies, right? Now you can ensure the CIA by ensuring you have proper security governance, which is management practices, standards, policies, and procedures. And this can be demonstrated using compliance, right? And compliance can be added through security controls, personal security, and professional ethics, right? This is what we are covering all in all in this particular topic, right? So let's move on with the explanation for each topic mentioned over here. Any questions so far? Anything you would like to understand? Anything which you like to discuss right now? We can discuss. If you have any questions, we'll be covering it. Okay. Yeah. Anything you like to discuss now? Please go ahead. No? Wonderful. Wonderful. So let's come back to our primary discussion. And here we begin. Yes, I will share the topic notes, Dipti, with you. I will share this particular page itself. Yeah, this particular page I will be sharing with you. So do not worry. I'll share this document. You can ask, you can go through this document whenever you want. And now we have a few questions. We'll address the questions one by one. So normally what I do is get the questions here itself. So let's say, can I just give me a second? I am setting up the question. So all questions which will be discussed, will add it here itself so that I can talk about it and give you an insight. So now all those questions which will be answered for the topic will be here. So the first question is, who does the rule? The question is, who decides? Okay, the question is from Kaushal, right? So let me just paste it text only, right? So the question is, who decides? Okay, the spelling, okay, that does not matter. Who decides the rule of compliance? Okay, so here's the answer for you. Let me dictate. Okay. So the rules of compliance are typically determined by a combination of regulatory bodies, industry standards organizations, governmental agencies, and sometimes international agreements. Does that answer your question, Kaushal? Information in asset means what? So the question is, what information asset means? Okay, so let me give you the answer on it. Now, information asset typically refers to data and knowledge that is contained within an organization, right? So let's talk about a bit more. Now, this particular aspect of information can be either tangible or intangible, owned by individuals or an organization, right? Now, this information can take various forms and is often critical to the functioning of an asset. There are various types of assets in case of information. Intellectual property, financial assets, physical assets, digital assets, human capital. Do you understand? If you talk about information, all these can be called as assets, which are either tangible or intangible. What is tangible or intangible? Tangible is something which you can touch, intangible which cannot be touched, right? Like the air, you know it is there, but you cannot touch it. Same. If you want to touch a tree, it is there. Both are assets. Okay. Now, how can we ensure that the integrity is maintained as per a CIA? Now, this is a topic which we'll be discussing in our integrity discussions per se, but I can give you an introduction on it. Right? I can give you an introduction on it and what is it about. Now, maintaining integrity as a part of the CIA triad in information security is crucial for ensuring that the data remains accurate, trustworthy, and unaltered. This can be achieved by strategies such as data encryption, access control, data validation, audit trials, version control, security training and awareness, backup and recovery. So let's start with our topic discussion. So we address questions. Now we'll work on the terminologies which we used over here, one by one. Now, important things to remember, important points to remember here. Okay, let's understand this one by one. The first point, assets require protection. Right. So this is me typing now. There's too many typos happening. Second, protection is based on the requirements of confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right, for the asset. Security is ensured through security governance that comprises management practices and management oversight, right? Security is demonstrated through compliance that could be legal or regulatory in nature. Let's try this. Now, compliance consists of adherence to applicable legal and regulatory requirements, applicable policies, standards, procedures, and guidelines, and personal securities and policies. Also, compliance can be affected by security issues. Now, these are some of the important points which we should remember before we understand each topic separately, right? Before we understand the complete terminologies which we saw until now, right? So as you see over here, we talked about this diagram as an introductory nature. In this diagram, we need to understand these important points and topics, right? This is something which will allow you to better understand what is happening and why are we looking into this particular aspect, right? In the diagram. This is important, you should remember, right? So let's proceed with our further discussion, right? Wherein we'll be defining each of the topics one by one over here. So the first thing, let me just cover this question for you. I will not number it. I think numbering would be difficult. But let's have the question noted over here. So is CIA triad company or organization specific? So I should have asked you this question, but let's do it this way. Now, the CIA triad is not specific to any particular company or organization. Instead, it is a fundamental concept in information security that applies universally across various industries, sectors, and organizations. Also, the CIA triad basically provides a framework for understanding and addressing the core objectives of information security. And these core objectives are confidentiality, integrity, and availability. These will be discussed as we proceed ahead. Yeah. Right. So I think not many typos. This should work. Right. So Azareen, does that answer your question? It is not organization specific at the onset. Wonderful. Your question is addressed and put into the notes for ease of understanding of everyone. Now, can you give an example of security governance? Can you give an example of security governance? We're slightly jumping the gun, but I can give an example. Let's say, let me think of an example for you. I will not type it. I will just explain it to you like this. Now, let's consider an example of a banking industry. Yes, Aditya. Aditya, you belong to which industry? Are you working or are you a student? I'm just asking it so that I can, it'll be easy for me to discuss. Yeah, working. In which industry are you? Now, let's consider an example of security governance in the banking industry per se or the sector. Now, if you talk about confidentiality or in case of the banking industry, ensuring confidentiality would be paramount for protecting the customers' sensitive information, right? Because it is financial. Now, banks implement various measures such as the encryption, access control, and authentication mechanisms to prevent unauthorized access to customer accounts and transaction data, right? So, for example, online banking platform will use secure web communication, right? Secure connection or HTTPS. Yeah. So you will be using HTTPS connectivity and multi-factor authentication to ensure that only authorized users can access this account. That is confidentiality. If you talk about integrity, you're basically maintaining the integrity of financial transactions by having checksums, digital signatures, right? To basically verify the electronic transactions. And availability would be ensuring that when a customer wants to access the banking platform, the online banking platform, it is available whenever it is demanded without interruption. That is the CIA. Now, in this example, security governance in the banking industry will incorporate the principles of the CIA to protect the customer data, maintain the integrity, ensure the availability by placing requisite processes, mechanisms, standard operating processes, your guidelines, and policies in place. So you have to implement the CIA, protect the CIA, having a certain set of what did we call processes, practices, mechanisms, standards, guidelines in place, and we'll cover those definitions as we proceed. Yeah, Zareen, your question is answered. Okay, let's proceed with the topic which we were discussing. Let's start with asset. What is an asset? So we discussed about asset, but we need to clearly understand what do we understand by the asset, and what all does an asset compromise of, right? So let's proceed. Does that? Okay. Now this is something which always happens. I'm just checking it. And it has again happened. Okay, yeah, it is. Now, asset can be tangible, that is perceptible by touch. An example of a tangible asset could be a desktop computer or a laptop. Assets can be intangible also, which are basically not physically present. You cannot touch it. For example, corporate image or intellectual property, such as the patents, are intangible assets. Clear so far? So assets are tangible and intangible. Tangible is basically what you can touch, what you can perceive with a touch, right? Intangible is something which is understood. We cannot just touch it, right? Now, assets are used by the organization for business purposes or business processes. Every asset, whether tangible or intangible, has a certain intrinsic value to the business. The value can be monetary or of importance or of both. For example, a simple firewall that costs less than $10,000 may be protecting important business applications worth millions of dollars. Is that understood? So let's take an example over here. For example, if you have the Coca-Cola as an organization, right? What is the most unique selling point? Wonderful. See, Shaurya and me are thinking of the same line. So he's given the same example of Coca-Cola, which has Coke as a primary, what do you say, product which they sell, right? And it has a unique formula, which is kept secret for very, very long. Now, if your server, which is bought for say $1,000, $10,000, has this formula kept inside the server. Server itself is 10,000, but the formula is worth millions of dollars, right? So what is the server? Is the tangible asset. What is the data which has a formula? Is a intangible asset, right? So every asset, whether it is tangible or intangible, will have value associated to it. And the value will be based on either monetary or the intrinsic value of the asset per se, right? So it is important for the organization. That is what you should understand. The weather is right. Right. I think that's the right weather. Yeah. Okay. Understood why asset and how asset is important, how you should understand An organization may get affected. Now, if this particular Coca-Cola's formula, Coke formula, is lost, as in it is available on the dark web, won't Coca-Cola lose its unique selling point, its competitive advantage in the market? They will, right? Yeah, they will, right? You agree with me, all of you? Yeah. So you should remember this is what is an asset. And when you have an asset, it needs to be protected. If you don't protect an asset, you will lose it. And if you lose it, that compromise may get you out of the business. You may file for bankruptcy. The organization may file for bankruptcy, right? So that is why we need to protect the asset. So if an asset is compromised, for example, stolen or modified, and that data or secret information is disclosed, it will have an impact that could lead to monetary loss, customer dissatisfaction, and or legal and regulatory non-compliance, right? So this is what is a problem. You may have loss of customers, loss of money, you may lose, regulatory issues may come up, you will be fined, you will be punished, there will be penalties. As an organization, that is something which will cause a lot of issue. Question says, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, thank you. Can you please explain how people are an asset? Now, see, understand, the people are the most valuable assets within an organization because they have skills, knowledge, experience, creativity, and relationship that employee possesses, which will contribute significantly to the success and competitiveness of the organization. Now, anything which contributes to the organization's success is considered as a asset. So, yeah. So, when you talk about human beings, right, and how information and skills of the workforce can be considered, it can be considered under, say, intellectual capital, right? That is collective knowledge, expertise, skills of an employees. Similarly, innovation and creativity can be considered such that an employees are able to innovate, to generate ideas, right? Uh, Customer relationship. Again, employees often develop very, very strong customer relationship. Let me just put it in the bullet points over here itself. So let's talk one by one on these points. So first one is uh, intellectual capital. So this is where the collective knowledge, expertise, and skills of the employees will represent intellectual capital. Innovation and creativity, where employees basically the ability of an employee to innovate, generate new ideas, and solve complex problems, again, can be considered as a critical asset for an organization, particularly where the industries are or the industry have a rapid changing scenario. Technology is changing regularly, right? So that is where employee can be considered, a human being can be considered as an asset, right? So this is where you need to understand why human being is considered an asset, right? Similarly, you will have customer relationship, wherein a lot of organizations have employees directly in touch with the customers. Now, customers trust these employees. They prefer to talk to these employees. This is where customer relationship this is where your employee becomes a asset, right? You cannot let go the asset because you may even lose the customer. And even your organization culture comes into play. And that culture basically uh, significantly, what do you say, prefers the employees to be trained in a certain way, to be addressed in a certain way, making them an asset which becomes indispensable or at least a big time, uh, have big time importance to the organization. Yeah. Does it answer your question, Zareen? Okay. Why do you consider them an asset? Because there are a lot of things which they handle. And this is all these things which they handle can be considered as something which allows the organization to grow in long term, right? Okay, until he types, let's proceed. Now, assets are basically grouped or generally grouped in a certain ways. And so, how are assets generally grouped? So let's have this one by one. So first one is physical assets. So let me tell you what are physical assets. So physical assets again are tangible in nature, and our examples could be, say, your buildings, uh, furniture, right? HVAC systems, right? And so on and so forth, right? So these are considered as assets, which are physical in nature or physical assets, right? So these are how you can group assets in various segments. One is physical assets. Let's move to the next one, which is hardware assets. Right? Hardware assets. Now, when you talk about hardware assets, these are in information security per se. If you talk about examples, it would include your servers, desktops or desktop computers, laptops, router, network cables, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So these are the hardware assets in information security per se. So you can differentiate your assets based on this. So we understanding what are the different groupings of assets. So we talked about physical, we talk about hardware. Now the next one logically will come as software assets. What are software assets? Okay, these are intangible assets. If you can refer to software as a intangible assets, right? Now these basically can be utilized or are utilized by organization by having licenses, right? Yeah, licenses or your intellectual property can be considered over here. Uh, uh, let's example would be your operating system, OS, your DBMS, database management system, right? Office applications, you're procuring it. You do not have do not have your own system. You're buying it under license to be utilized. Then your web servers, server softwares, as we call it, softwares, right? And so on and so forth can be considered as software assets. Clear so far? Yeah, Aditya says the same product may cause loss to other company. Coca-Cola example, very true. Right. So those are software assets. Right. Now, another group or another classification of assets could be information assets. Information assets, right? So if you talk about information assets, again, these are intangible in nature and they are owned by an organization. Now, these are not owned, but licensed, right? Licensed, right? In this case, these are owned by the organization, right? So example could be your business processes, organizations, business processes. Then policies, procedures, um, customer information, right? Uh, Personal information, then agreements, and formulas which are developed in-house. In-house, right? Those are so now developed in-house or even purchased. So they are holding them after purchasing, right? Those are your information assets. Clear so far? Physical, hardware, information, software, and personal assets. And the last one is personal assets. Now, these are basically people associated with the organization, right? For example, your employees, contractors, uh, maybe vendors, third-party consultants, right? Um, what else? Okay, maybe these all, or few more will come up here and there. So these are your personal assets. Personal assets, right? Got it? So you can group your assets into following classifications: physical, hardware, software, information, and personal. All these are important. Clear so far? And interestingly, our friend, let's talk about asset. Now that we know what is an asset, let's talk about asset protection, right? So now, if you remember in our diagram, we made an asset and we say it needs to be protected because it is an asset. So at asset protection, we talk about asset protection and what is it about. In information security domain, asset protection involves security management practices that are subjected to business and compliance requirements. Such practices for asset protection are called security controls. Various types of security controls would be physical entry controls to an office building that allow only authorized persons. Monitoring controls such as CCTV for surveillance of critical assets. Right? So you have various protection mechanisms. And those protection mechanisms are we referring to physically stopping someone, monitoring it using CCTV, controls such as locks for a hardware asset for protection from theft. Tamper-proofing controls such as hashing and encryption for software and data assets. Copyrights or patent for information access to protect legal rights. Identity management systems to protect personal assets from identity theft. All these are various controls or protection mechanisms in place, right? So now when you have an asset, we need to protect that asset. For protecting asset, there are various implementations which can be done. A few I have listed over here. Yeah. Now, we should understand that these are not comprehensive list of security controls. It is now this list is an ad hoc list as of now. So it will be basically decided. Now, this kind of asset protection mechanism will basically be decided on uh, risk risk analysis, your evaluation of the risk, assessment of the risk, right? Similarly, controls will be identified through risk mitigation strategies, risk assessment, risk, what do you say? Decision of risk based on management's policy. And this is where your analysis of risk management or risk management procedures will come into play. So asset protection requires or has a requirement that it would be based on risk. In order to understand the risk, we will have to understand risk assessment and select the control based on the risk analysis which is done over there, right? So we'll be discussing this based on the confidentiality, integrity, and availability concept. So if you have a software, be it open source or whatever, and it is being utilized to say uh, create value for a business, okay? Anything which creates value will be considered an asset. Remember that. It be it open source, right? Now, when you talk about open source, you can categorize it into, say, software assets, right? You're not owning it, but you can use it. And when you use it, you are trying to look for value. Is that understood? Aditya is saying open source software is not included in these assets. We can include it. I have not made it comprehensive. You can add a lot of things into it. I gave you an understanding of an asset. Okay. Okay. All right. So where are we? Since I'm talking a lot about risk management, let me give you a small introduction of risk assessment management before we proceed for our discussions on the CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, why am I referring to it always? Where's my connection? This is something which is important. Understand when you sit for interviews for your as say GRC professional for cybersecurity. What is GRC? Stands for Governance, Risk, and Compliance. GRC, right? Governance, Risk, and Compliance. You'll be asked such questions. So you have first job in risk management would be to something known as inventorize assets. She will basically make a list of assets held by an organization. These assets will be prioritized. Now, these will be based on what? The prioritization will be done on something known as business impact analysis. The impact this asset will have if it's compromised. In fact, if asset is compromised. Do you understand it? Now, when Shaurya said that Coca-Cola is an asset, you list out the asset. Now, if the Coca-Cola's asset, Coca-Cola's formula is lost, then what will happen? You'll have a big impact on the organization. Now, that impact is what will decide the priority of an asset for an organization. Once your assets are inventorized, you will understand the value of the assets compromise based on something known as quantitative and qualitative analysis. We'll cover this in our future discussions. These analysis will allow us to get something known as a dollar value for your asset, right? And what will be the issue in case they are compromised. Once we have these dollar values with us, then based on this value, we will be based on these calculations, we will select controls. We will select controls, right? Controls. Controls are what? Protective mechanisms. Now, in case Coca-Cola's formula, you can say controls can be encryption, yeah, access control, right? Yeah, say CCTVs, your guard dogs, right? These are controls, protective mechanisms, right? And once the controls are in place, we cannot stop over there. We'll have to review the controls periodically. Because it may so happen after a certain time period, these controls may not be effective or the data may not require that much of protection. Okay, this is where your complete structure of asset management, asset security management, and risk management comes into play. Now, this is in crux the risk management discussion which we are going to do. Right? This is the introduction I have given you. So don't worry. Just take it as I have shown you. And I'll give you an example. Let's say, let's connect all these steps as asked over here. Let's say in the example, stick an example of our friend Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola. And their formula for Coca-Cola. Now, if you consider this formula as your asset, what would you do? You will think that first question when you sit for analysis of a risk with respect to this formula is that who, firstly, what is the threat associated with this asset, right? So now you tell me what threat is associated with this formula? Exactly, breach of data, right? Breach of data is a threat. Now, if this next question to be addressed, if you know what is the threat associated, which is breach of data, then you need to answer next question: how much loss will happen if this is lost, if this happens, if this thing becomes successful, or you can call it as if the risk materializes, then what is the case, right? So if you now know that the asset is Coca-Cola's formula, the threat is breach of data, then you will know the weakness. Now, what is this? This is the weakness or vulnerability. You know the vulnerability. You know the threat, right? Once you know the vulnerability, the weakness, and the threat, and you need to understand the impact it will have on the business, find out the dollar value. So you'll have to calculate the dollar value based on, say, what do you feel about it? What will happen to the business? We will say, I know that the business will be out of, it won't be able to function. We will lose competitive advantage. That is known as that is known as qualitative analysis. What you feel about it, the feeling of it. Yeah. So impact is high, medium, or low. What is called? Impact would be high, medium, or low. And at the same time, you can also use another calculative method, which is known as quantitative analysis. Now you'll use analysis. This is where you'll use mathematics and get something known as dollar value. So you know that there'll be a $10 million loss in case this formula is lost. I'm just giving you an ad hoc number. What do you get? You get the understanding what is the impact on the business. Now you know that based on this value, we now know what will happen if this asset is lost, right? We know, right? Understood? We'll know this, right? That if this asset is lost, we've calculated it, we've understood it. Now, based on that, you will select a protective mechanism to protect protect this asset. Understood? Is that understood? Sai, we'll have the formula coming up when we come to this. Is just a generalized discussion we'll have. We have the formula coming up. Right. So now we know, for example, let's say when I said the loss or the value of this compromise asset is say $10 million, right? $10 million. Now you will put a control which will not cost or which will be less than the loss of compromise. As in, we want something which is costing us or saving us from this loss and does not cost itself $10 million and more. The cost of the control, as is the case over here, right? So we select something which is saving on the compromise and also not costing us that much. So if by any chance the cost of the control is higher than the compromise itself, the management will not approve. You understand that, right? If cost of control is greater than loss after compromise, as in, let's say if the data is lost, I lose $10, but in order to protect the data, I need $100. Will the management approve it? Yes. Will the manager approve it? Senior management will approve it? Is it no, right? Financially, economically, does not make a sense. That's the reason you put a control if the control is within. Now, this is again with respect to risk strategy. This is where, so you'll think of risk strategy in this case. So you will either, strategy. You will either accept risk, mitigate risk, avoid risk, right? Accept, mitigate, avoid, and what is it? Another one. Accept, mitigate, avoid. What is the fourth one? Anyone knows? Transfer. Very nice. Transfer. Thank you, Omio. So what is accept? I accept that this loss is going to happen. I do not intend to do anything. Mitigate. I will reduce the levels of the impact. I will reduce the impact. Avoid. I'll just totally leave it. And transfer, I'll basically do an insurance, something like that. Okay. That is where risk strategy come into place. Okay. So the control in this case will be encryption of the formula, guards, dogs, CCTV, building with access control, everything. Yeah, so on and so forth. Understood, is it? I just ran through the example to explain it, but we'll be covering it as we proceed in the session. What we understood last time was about risk management. We understood what is the cybersecurity. Before we proceed further, how many of you are proficient in Linux, have been handling Linux operating system, wherein you can do commands on the terminal, maybe run an application to scanning and all through the terminal? How many of you are proficient in it? Right. So this is your Kali Linux machine, which we'll be using. Now that Kali is up, let me just complete a few theory things. Once the theory is complete, we'll be discussing Linux today, primarily the command line of Linux terminal and how you navigate around the Linux machines. Okay, I'm setting a small 15 questions Linux quiz for all of you, which will be running now just to understand about Linux, comfort of your people. The class code, just a sec, I'll share it. We'll have this quiz running right now. Linux basics plus create a login, and then we log in. Just use the class code is given on your URL. Can you see the URL? If I just use your own, if on your screen, can you see on this part of the URL, you have the class code mentioned that you can use. At the onset, just log in. Linux basics. One sec. The class code, Ganga, you're already a part of the class, right? Oh, the link expired. No problem. I'll share it. So we talked about CIA triad, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability as such, how it needs to be protected. We understood the CIA triad. We understood what is confidentiality, integrity, availability, and the attacks on them. Uh, Basically, each threat, each particular what do you say, the pillar of cybersecurity, that is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, has various threats associated to it. Those will be intentional attacks, primarily the man in the middle attacks, the packet sniffing attacks, the hacking attacks. There could be accidental leakage through untrained employees, right? Someone who is misconfigured something, right? There could be issues with authentication, authorization, and failures, okay? Because there's lack of least privilege, need to know. There could be hardware or software failures. That's a threat to the confidentiality. Again, how do you protect yourself if there's an issue for if there's a threat to the confidentiality? You encrypt, you ensure there's access control mechanisms in place. You have administrative controls. Now, the biggest example of administrative controls is the documentation, which is done, the various agreements which are done. For example, when you join a new organization, normally you sign something known as the acceptable use policy. How many of you have signed a acceptable use policy and a non-disclosure policy in an organization? Just say yes on the chat if you have, right? Shobha has done it. Neha, Leander, everyone has seen. Now, what is this? This is basically a administrative control, a countermeasure, a protection mechanism in order to protect the organization against breach of confidentiality, right? So that is a administrative control. Okay, rest all is very clear, right? Then comes integrity. As we all know, integrity is something wherein we do not want unauthorized changes to data by unauthorized or authorized users. Now, remember one very interesting fact about integrity. Integrity is to be protected at any given moment for either the data at rest or the data in transit. Data at rest, which is stored with you, which is archived with you or the organization, and data at transit, data in motion, is something wherein data is moving on the network. That network could be internet, that network could be intranet, right? And it has to be protected. Anyone does anything, as in if it's an authorized user making unauthorized changes, that is not, should not happen. If it's an unauthorized user, obviously they should not be allowed to do any changes to the data. That is integrity and the protection required for it. I've already covered the threat. There should not be accidental modification. There should not be intentional alteration. Another threat is system malfunction. Now, sometimes your system just crashes and it causes, what do you call it? Basically, there's a corruption in the data. That is system malfunction issue. And there could be environmental factors. Now, if you have a hard disk, which is a magnetic hard disk with you, and you place it on say a speaker on your at home, which has a magnet built in inside, you will realize that your data will get corrupted, right? These are environmental factors. Or if there's a strong EM environment, electromagnetic environment around the magnetic hard disk, your data will get corrupted. So that is what is the threat to integrity. Yeah. So we've covered this. I'm just covering the slides per se. What is the protection mechanism? You use cryptographic hash to ensure that the data can be checked if there's a integrity breach or not. It cannot avoid a threat to integrity, but it can tell you if the data has been compromised or not, right? Similarly, check some database integrity, referential integrity. Yeah, so we are checking about the integrity, right? We are checking if the data has been changed in transit or not. For example, let's say you have an organization wherein the data is backed up every few hours in a backup facility away from the main facility. Now, this data will be utilized whenever there's a situation, there's an incident wherein the backup is to be called upon for restoring the systems. Now, in order that the backup should work, we also have to regularly check if the data is still relevant, if the data is still good. the integrity is not compromised, right? That is where your hashes will come into play. We have cryptographic discussions coming ahead, but understand what is a cryptographic hash. Cryptographic hash is something which is a one-way function. By one-way function, I mean to say that any input given to this algorithm, the cryptographic hash algorithm or hashing algorithm, will give you a fixed output of a string of characters. These string of characters are non-reversible, as in if you have these string of characters, you cannot go to the input, first thing. Secondly, a small change in the input will have a corresponding large change on the output. That means if the data is being sent on the data has been compromised, even by minutest of the bits, there will be huge change in the hashing value. That tells you that the data has been tampered with. The attack is on the integrity of the data. You understood cryptographic hash? Yeah, at least the concept you got it right. We'll have a greater discussion coming on it. At least the hash was clear. The integrity is clear. Wonderful. Thank you, Zareem, Archana. Let's move on. Okay. Then availability. Now, very simple. If you go on Amazon.com and you try and order a particular product, show an example. It's very easy for hashing algorithm for cryptographic hash. Let's give you an example. Hash calculator. Actually, I wanted, but let's see. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, which is the online hashing algorithm, right? Now let's say Amit is sending data to Sai, right? And the data says we will have a secret meeting at 2200 hours tonight, right? So this is your message with Amit is sending to Sai. You are working in, say, the CIA or any intelligence agency, and you're sending this data to one another. And we want to, both of them want to ensure that the data is not changed in the transit. So what they do, they decide that we will receive the data irrespective, but we will pre-decide an algorithm for hashing. Now that algorithm, as per them, we can have several algorithms, as you see on the screen over here. Let's say they decide an hashing algorithm of MD5. This is one of the few hashing algorithm. Just an example, they decide that the integrity check will be done with MD5 algorithm, right? Between both of them, Sai and Amit. Now, this is the message which is sent. Along with the message, the hashing value is also sent. So what does Amit do? He first creates the message, then runs the MD5 algorithm and gets the hash value. So what does Amit do? Let's say I will send you on the chat also. This is your message, and the hash value, I'll put it on the chat itself. So this is the hash value. So what Amit does, he sends the message, encrypted, unencrypted, however, and the hash value along with the message. Can you see on the chat? Amit has sent both the details, right? So I've sent it on the Slack channel too. Now, what happens is Avinash is a hacker who is standing in between both of them. There's Amit's computer or the messaging system is compromised. What Avinash does, he changes this to, say, he just adds, instead of 2200 hours, he makes it 2300 hours. Can you see? Small change, not much change, right? Rest all stays the same. And he sends this message to, he sends it ahead, right? Now, when our friend Sai receives this message, he calculates the hashing value, right? Now, Avinash, the hacker, does not know what algorithm is utilized for hashing. Just assume that he does not know anything. So what Sai does when he receives the message, he sees the hash value, right? He sees the hash value. So this is the message I am sending on chat right now. And the hash value, which our friend Sai calculates, is visible over here. Now let's compare both the values. Let's compare both the values. So for this, the hashing value got too fast. Yeah. So this is the hashing value. And the previous example, this is the hashing value. Can you see? Does the hash value match? Tell me. Do the hash values match, his team? They don't. What does it tell Sai when he calculates the hash value in C is that the values do not match, because he has the previous value sent by Amit and he has now calculated his own MD5 hash algorithm value for this particular data. What does Sai know now? Sai says that data has been tampered with. It is not a surety that it's a compromise, because sometimes when you send data on the network, it may so happen the data gets corrupted, right? So there's a possibility that either there's a compromise or there's a system failure, but the data has compromised, the data has tampered, right? The data is changed. Obviously, the data cannot be relied on. Do you get the concept? Yeah, this is how hash works. This is how your integrity check works. So now this is exactly what happens when the data flows from the internet. When you send data from a client to a server, along with the data, a hash value is sent. And this is exactly what happens between the client and server. Pre-calculated hash is sent, and post receipt of the data, the server also calculates the hash. Yeah, the server also calculates the hash. Balraj, that's the point. When Sai receives this message, he knows that he has to meet at 2300 hours, but he also knows the data is tampered with. So obviously he will not follow the instructions. The data, he says the message has been tampered with. That means somebody has a malicious intent of changing the data. Somebody has changed it. And when something is changed, you don't work on it. And then there are other channels to confirm what was the message and all. That is a different thing altogether. Yeah. Just say yes if you do. Yeah, this receiver has absolutely no idea what change has been done. He just knows the data is changed. He has absolutely no idea what has changed. But he knows the data is changed. And once you know the data is changed, you just drop the data. Simple, right? I will not follow the instructions. Or you will ask for retransmission in the network language, because the hash changed, the value changed. Yes, the hash value is sent by the sender to the receiver. Yes, there are ways and means to crack the hash. There are ways and means to protect the hash. We'll come to that. We will. Yes. Every time we receive a message, we will calculate the hash value, compare it. This is exactly what happens on the network also, on internet also. Everything depends on everything, but hash will give you the integrity check. As in, it will confirm if the data has been compromised, tampered, or changed or not. Yeah. There are enormous number of algorithms. Attacker can keep on trying however long he wants or she wants. How would tell me you have received a message 10 times with different hash values from the sender. Will you still believe in the message? You won't, right? The hashes algorithm are pre-decided between the sender and receiver. It's a part of initial handshake. I'll show you a demo on that. I can give you a demo on that, but we'll divert completely. The attacker can spoof IPs, but change in data, the attacker cannot control the hash value. Yeah, I can show you. In fact, I am going to show you internet transaction. How does the internet transaction happens? Wherein how you start the connectivity, how hashes are, how algorithms are exchanged, how data is transmitted, how everything is calculated. It will work. Yeah, it's a part of my syllabus, not just Simplilearn. An additional thing to tell, which I will show it to you. If you want to understand the name, I'll be talking about TCP handshake on the network. I'll be talking about TLS handshake. Do you understand what is a TLS handshake? Do you know what is a TLS? Yes, full form, please. If you don't know it, TLS is tell me. See, when data is transmitted over the internet, it is known as transport layer security. Yeah, that is encrypted, right? When the data is sent. So the TLS is a transport layer security approach. And this is where your data is encrypted along the net in the network. And for that, the algorithms are pre-decided. The handshake tells. So now that we have jumped into it, let me tell you. What happens is, let's say I am talking to Mahavir. So I cannot just talk to Mahavir, right? I will first seek his permission. I will say, Mahavir, may I talk to you? Mahavir will say, yes, let's talk. What am I doing? I'm sending a synchronous request to Mahavir. Mahavir is sending me synchronous acknowledgement. As in Mahavir is saying, yes, we can talk. I say, yes, that's good. I send an acknowledgement. This synchronous request sent from me to Mahavir, synchronous acknowledgement sent from Mahavir to me, and I sending yes, final yes acknowledgement is what is known as Sync TCP handshake. This is known as TCP handshake. Once you have the TCP handshake completed, then we decide, Mahavir, I belong to Karnataka. I speak Kannada. I also know Hindi. I also know English. Which language would you prefer? Now, what am I doing? We are deciding on a common communication protocol. So Mahavir will say, I belong to Rajasthan. I know Rajasthani. I know English. I know Hindi. We can talk in English. What is it happening? We are deciding on protocols. We are deciding on the communication line. We are deciding on the encryption algorithms. We are deciding on hashing algorithm. This is known as a TLS handshake. Once you decide on the language, we also decide what code to use. Do you use Devanagari? Do you use English? Do you use any other, script? What is it? We are discussing the encryption mechanism. Now, when Mahavir and me are talking, everything is pre-decided. What codes will use for encryption? English, right? How frequently will we speak? Now, once we finish this approach, when we finish everything that now we have decided to talk, we decided our algorithms, and we say, now we are done with talking. We'll close the connection. That's a reset, right? We'll cover that. At the onset, understand what is this. So this is exactly what happens on the network. A lot of handshaking happens. A lot of data is exchanged with each other. Only then your communication happens. Now, everything happens with a blink of an eyelid because the modern day communication system. So you won't know about it, but it happens. And this will be done. I will show this on live example. I've given you a analogous example. I will show you using Wireshark. How does it look on the network, right? I love giving that example. It's an awesome example, and I'll show you how it works with time. So we'll understand Linux today. If time permits, we'll go further ahead, and we will also understand this TLS handshake in the cryptography, TLS TCP handshake in the cryptography module in greater detail. So yeah, so let's move to the threats. I'm glad you understood. Yeah, so CIA threats. So what is the threat to the availability? I was coming to Amazon. When Amazon, you're trying to order a product and Amazon is down. What is happening? An authorized user is not able to place an order. You will get frustrated, right? And that is an attack on availability. Amazon will lose business and reputation at the same time, right? So that is what is. So it can be a denial of service attack or a DDoS. DDoS stands for denial of distributed denial of service attack, right? That's a malicious intent for stopping services of a service provider. Simple as that, right? So this is it. There can be a see, if you have a data center and there's a power failure, what is it? It may also lead to denial of service, availability attack on the network, right? If there's a power failure. Similarly, if your HVAC system, your AC, what do you call it? HVAC. What's the full form? HVAC. I keep on forgetting it. Your climate control system, basically in the the full form is heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, HVAC. Now, when you have this climate control system inside your data center, it fails. That may also lead in server being the server performance being hampered. So your availability is hampered. That is what is the point. Say I am an attacker, and you are a web server, right? I am sending you unlimited number of requests. Let's say Aruba wants to get some service from the web server, but since I am sending unlimited number of requests, the server is not able to cater for requests from any authorized user. Yeah, the server is not able to cater for requests because there are too many requests coming from a attacker, a single attacker. That is denial of service attack. Now, if I tell 100 people, I pay 10 rupees to 100 people, and all of them, I tell them to send continuous requests to a particular server, that is distributed denial of service. As in, I've distributed the attack to multiple locations. Okay, this is an analogous example. We'll have a technical example shown to you. You can use a tool by the name of hping3 to send ICMP requests. Now, we will cover that as we proceed. ICMP request, that so many pings are being sent to the server that server is unable to service a authorized request, right? That's a DDoS and DOS suppression. Wonderful. Glad you understood it. Let's move. How do you ensure high availability? Okay, you have a data center, you'll have a standby data center backup system, right? Which will work if one goes down, the other will take on immediately. You may have backups in place, archives in place, which works, right? So that helps. At the same time, you have protection mechanisms, the IPSs, the intrusion prevention systems, intrusion detection systems. You may have firewalls in place, right? You may have RAID 5 configs as Kaushal has given. That allows you to ensure that your data, your service is available at all given times to the users, right? So that's availability. Now, we also discussed about risk. Again, we gave a formula, right? Risk was impact into likelihood. Basically, it's a combination of probability of or a likelihood of an event. Right now, event can be positive and negative, but what we are discussing over here, we're talking about a negative incident event which has happened. That is a risk. With reference to negative incident, let's say there's a data breach. We can have two different incidents talked about. Let's say your power connectivity to the data center goes down. It's an event, right? A negative event. And what is the risk? Because that happens, your server availability or net system availability may go down, right? At the same time, there's a possibility that there's a hardware damage which will happen. Agree? So that's a risk. Now, what is a risk? It is the probability that this power system will go down. That is risk. Do you understand? Risk as such, it's combination of likelihood that something will happen of this sort. That is risk. It's a probability. Yeah. Now, in formula's case, you can say risk can be impact into likelihood. Impact multiplied by likelihood. What is the possibility of a, right? Now, we talked about data center. Now, what is the possibility? Your data in this data center may be breached. That's a likelihood. What is the probability that it will help? And once the data is breached, what would be impact on the business as such? How much will be the damage? That is the impact, right? This damage can be calculated in terms of dollar values, money, right? Or reputation as such. So we discussed about Coca-Cola's formula last time. So what is the risk associated to it? It is the likelihood that this Coke's formula is breached, right? What is the likelihood? It is a percentage value. And if this formula is breached, what would be the impact with reference to the damage potential and the dollar value and reputation loss for the organization? It's high, right? So the risk is high because impact is higher, likelihood is a possibility. So impact multiplied by likelihood will give you risk. Do you understand risk now? Likelihood into impact. That's risk. With me, all of you, risk understood? Right. So I gave this example already, the same thing which is available on the screen. A server is an asset to an organization. In this server, I gave this example during a last discussion. In this server, about 25% of the data is in unencrypted format. There's a 25% data which is in unencrypted format. And what if a particular vulnerability, that is a weak rule in the firewall, allows a threat agent to compromise this data, okay, then this risk is materialized. Okay, I am talking about the terminology. Risk is materialized. There's a loss of data to the organization. And what is the countermeasure? You basically ensure that the weak rule in the firewall is replaced, amended, reconfigured. Yeah, got it? Okay. Okay, coming back to, right. So that is the example over here. Right. So examples of the risk, there could be a fire, a threat agent can be a fire, a clueless user, uneducated, unaware user can be a threat agent. Malicious insider. Now there's a user, there's an employee who's not promoted due to whatever reason, may have malicious intent for compromising the organization. Right? So that's a malicious insider. Hacker, someone who has ulterior motives to gain financial benefits by compromising an organization using his or her skills, right? That is a hacker. Is that clear? So a risk can be associated with natural disasters, can be associated with unawareness of an employee, user, vendor, contractor, human being, right? And can be associated a malicious external entity. And the technical option also, wherein your power systems, HVAC systems may fail. You understand? Those are the examples of risk. Great. Okay. We also discussed about asset. We are rediscussing asset. Can be tangible, intangible. Tangible, something which you can touch. Intangible, something we understand but cannot touch, right? Tangible, your server is a tangible thing. The data inside the server is an intangible thing. Your reputation of an organization is an intangible thing, right? This is an asset. So anything which has value to the organization can be considered as an asset, right? Okay. In connection with asset, there are two major terminologies we should understand. One is sensitivity, one is criticality. Now, sensitivity is nothing but a unit of impact that this unauthorized disclosure of information may have an organization. As in, when a risk materializes, the amount of impact this risk or unauthorized disclosure will have on the organization is sensitivity. We talk about criticality per se. Again, it's a measure of impact that failure of a system to function as required will have an organization. So it will determine how important an asset is to the business. Will the business continue to work or not? Will the business continue to do business or not? Will the business have a reputation loss or not? That is sensitivity and criticality. Yeah. Okay. Asset classification. Now, we discussed about inventorizing various assets in an organization, right? When we inventorize assets, we also need to prioritize the assets, right? And this prioritization of the assets has to be done in a certain using certain processes. So what do? You prioritize the asset based on the business value, right? Now we've already discussed this, and I am sure you remember that. What do you mean by the business value? You ask the question, what will be the impact on the business if this asset is lost? That will give you the business value, right? So Coca-Cola's formula, big business value. So high priority asset. Maybe a CCTV camera going faulty on the gate. Maybe it's lesser business value, lesser impact, right? So that's asset classification. Now this business value can be assigned based on combination of criticality and the sensitivity. This will also allow us to understand if a particular asset is of higher value, what are the risks associated with it? How much is the asset exposed to a risk? What is the likelihood? What is the impact? Who all would be interested in this particular asset? The competitors, the malicious insiders, the hackers, yeah, the misconfiguration, so on. You know who's the threat agent, what is the risk, what could be the impact, and what is the sensitivity and criticality. So you get an understanding when you know what is your asset. So once you know what is important, would be the threat to that important thing which is important to us, right? And based on that, we can have the classification level assigned to an asset. So the classification can be secret, top secret, confidential, unclass, yeah, that kind of classification. Once you know that a particular data, Coca-Cola's formula for Coke, is a top secret, has top secret data classification, we know that only certain people should handle this data, and you should have requisite protection mechanisms on this data, right? Very, very strong protection mechanisms. One of them being encryptions. Now, once you know that what classification level is it, what protection mechanisms in place, you will define, you can allocate the resources to the asset. Again, remember, I told you last time also that these protection mechanisms should make business sense. It should be economically viable. You cannot have a data which is worth, say, 100, or asset which is worth $100, having a protection mechanism of $200 on it, right? It should always make business sense. It should always make economical sense, right? So this is how you will be doing asset classification. You will understand why asset classification is done and how does it help us, right? Asset classification. Great, great. Okay, we already talked about identification of asset. You must first identify something to protect, then manage the risk, think if the asset is tangible or intangible, right? And ensure that there are protection mechanisms placed in there, understand the criticality and all. Yeah, that's asset identification. Now with this, we come to the basic Linux commands, which we are supposed to discuss, right? A small introduction to Linux. Okay, so as you see on the screen, for all those who have not seen Linux before, we are talking about Kali Linux right now. Most of the Linux flavors will have their own layout. Generally, it will be same. Like Windows has the start button, this particular dragon on the left side, left corner top, will give you the menu for all applications which are installed on this particular machine. The browser is seen over here on the tab on the what do you call it? This particular panel, the top panel, which has a watch on the right side, a timer, and the calendar on the right side. You can shut down the machine using the button given over here. We are not going to shut it down. Cancel. The connectivity is seen over here. You'll have data connectivity reflected over here. Your mic, speakers, everything will be reflected over here. You can also see the browsers on the menu, wherein if you look at all applications, you will find the browser listed over here itself. So there's a Chromium browser installed, there's a Firefox installed. We'll be primarily using Firefox in our work over here. So let's open, okay, for the browser, for internet connectivity. So similar to Windows machine, your Firefox on Linux looks same. So if you see, this is how your Firefox browser looks. So you can open any URL you want over here. Simple, right? So like Windows, even Linux uses the same browsers for that matter. The Internet Explorer or the Edge browser will not work on Linux. Otherwise, Firefox, okay, Safari for Mac will not have an option in Linux, but otherwise Firefox, Chrome, and several other browsers are working interoperable between various operating systems, right? So you can use a browser to surf the internet. Now, Linux is primarily known to various people as a what do you say? It has an availability of something known as a terminal, which allows you to run commands, which is very popular between Linux users, and this is what allows them to do a lot of tasks without actually opening any application, running it by typing it on the terminal. Now, what you see on the screen, I clicked on the red box over here, which is the terminal for the Kali Linux machine. This allows you to run various commands on the machine for doing various tasks we need to do. On the Dragon, if you go, you'll find other terminals also available. We'll be using the Terminator terminal already available in this particular machine, right? Similar layout will be there on our Ubuntu machine also if you open that, right? Let me expose you to the terminal a bit more. Okay, what you see over here is a Kali @ first thing which comes over here is known as the username. The Kali over here is the username, the user, right? And the given Kali after this is the system name, if you can call it the system name, right? So let's say if I change user, can you see? So the user from Kali changed to root user. So like Windows has admin user, Linux has something known as a root user. We are a root user on a Kali system. Yeah, do you get it? And what you see over here is the current directory. /home/Kali. Kali is the current directory. Understood? So we are just understanding layout over here. Now, do you see the difference? The root user is the admin user in case of Kali, capable of running administrative level privileges on a Linux machine. So this is the root user. I shifted to the root user by using command sudo su. Now we'll be covering this. When I do sudo su and give a password, the admin password, which I've already given, hence you don't see it, you will find the user changes from normal Kali user, which is a low privilege account, to a high privilege root admin account. Yeah, even Android is a Linux based system. Okay, and what you see, this, the second Kali, is the system per se. This is the system name. Yeah, this is the system name. After that, what you see on the /home/Kali is known as the current directory location. There is a current directory location. In Linux, everything is known as a directory, right? Everything is known as a directory. So understand the terminology as of when you come to the Kali user, you see this tilde. It is known as tilde, right? And this is also the current directory. Basically, a shorthand for users' home directory. A shorthand for users' home directory. This tilde. This and this is same. Okay. Users' home directory. Now, let's talk about commands which we can run on Linux. Now, what is a command? Understand, command is nothing but a software program. So when executed on a command line CLI, command line interface, it performs the action on the computer. Now, again, I'll say again, command is a software program. When executed on a CLI, that is command line interface, it performs the action on the computer. So to execute a command, the first step is to type the name of the command. To execute a command, the first step is to type the name of the command, right? So in this example, the command I am typing is ls. What is it? ls. And I enter. What do you see? What is happening on the screen right now? What am I doing in ls? All those who know Linux will tell you that it is a command to list the contents of the present directory. Yeah, this is a command which is listing the contents of the present directory. So by itself, the ls command is listing files and directories in the current working directory. At this point, you shouldn't worry too much about the output of the command. Instead, focus on understanding how to format and execute commands, right? So the ls command covered is incomplete. We'll be covering this as we proceed ahead, right? This is listing the details, ls, right? Now, many commands can be used by themselves with no further input, the way we saw ls, right? Some commands, however, require additional input to run correctly. So those inputs will be looking something like this. So if you say, clear the screen, command, this will be a command, then you will give some option and possibly some arguments, right? So this is the general structure of commands which will be listed on the terminal. Yeah, so options are basically used to modify the core behavior of the command. This options given over here will be utilized to modify the core behavior of a command, while arguments are used to provide additional information. What additional information? Maybe a file name or a username. Each option and argument is normally separated by a space. Okay. However, there are some options wherein they could be combined also. So this is the general layout of command: options, and arguments. Now you have to keep in mind that Linux, unlike Windows, is case sensitive. We have to keep in mind that Linux, unlike Windows, is case sensitive. So whenever you use commands and options and arguments and variables and file names, we have to exactly put the case sensitive word. Anything wrong, you will not list. For example, let's say I want to move into the downloads directories. Downloads directory. So I'm CD, I'm changing directory. Just understand what I'm telling right now. So immediately I move to the downloads directory. Can you see the directory location has changed to downloads? Visible, all of you? All right. Now, just understand, I used D capital and the spelling downloads. However, if I say CD downloads, what error does it say? It says no such file or directory exists. For us human beings, this and this is same. But even for Windows, I think case does not matter. But in case of Linux, the case matters a big deal. It will not do the command if the case does not matter. Okay, so let's move on with arguments. So we talked about the command options and arguments. Now, when you type, when you see the format of say command options argument, right? Yeah. So an argument can be used, this argument or arguments can be used to specify something for command to act upon. So if ls is the given command, which we saw before, so let's say, let's delete this. If ls is a given command, it's a class in itself. Linux has a lot of things to do, but I'll give you a concept and then we'll after Linux we'll have a break. Okay, so like I said, if the ls command is given the name of the directory as an argument, it will list the contents of that directory. So let's say if I just use ls, it will give me the contents of the present directory. If I use ls and say give me contents of say documents, it will give me the contents of document directory. As of now, we have nothing listed in the documents directory. Hence, it is giving me a blank over here. Let me see if I can find another directory. Do I have this directory with me? Yeah. So if I say ls/etc/pp, it will list out details on this directory. Now, as of now, don't worry what directory I have gone into. Just understand, I have listed directory listings from another location by giving an argument of the directory name to the ls command. Yeah, this is how. Now you can also use multiple arguments to list out details. For example, we used one ls command to list out a directory. We can use the same ls command by giving another space to list out another directory. Say, let's say we use to /etc. I can use what ssh, let's say ssh. You see, two different directory listings can be visible. This is the below one is for directly SSH directory. The above one is for PPP directory, right? So I can use ls command with multiple arguments and list out contents of two different directories, right? Given as arguments over there. Understood? That's in basic the arguments which we have there, right? Now we have, when we talked about command options arguments, we have discussed about arguments. Let's talk about options. So what are the options we are talking about? This is the one we are talking, command options arguments. This is where we have discussed about command, we have discussed about arguments. Let's discuss about options. Let's discuss about options. Now, options can be used with commands to expand or modify the way a command behaves. Again, options can be used with commands to expand or modify the way a command behaves. For example, if you use option -l, right, for ls command, it will give long listing, providing additional information about the files that are listed. So if I just do normal ls, this is the listing. And if I do ls and -l is long listing, it will give me additional details. What are the additional details over here? The size of the file, the permissions of the file, right? So on and so forth will be given over here, right? Now you have to note that we have used a small case L over here, -l, right? That is a lowercase l. If you use what do you say? An easy way to remember this would be -l is a mnemonic for long listing, right? This is -l can be considered as a long listing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we are understand it is case sensitive. Okay. Similarly, if you want to look into directories recursively, you can use R, right? ls-r. Okay. So now I'm sorry, not recursively, I stand corrected. This prints the results in a reverse alphabetical order. So if you see, if I do just ls, it is going in a descending alphabetical order, A, D, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. If you do -r, it will do a reverse way, right? It will reverse it, that ls-r. Similarly, you can do long listing by using -lr. Yeah, so file permissions, the file size, the date it was created, and it is done given in the reverse lineup, moving from N to D in this case, right? Reverse lineup. So in most cases, options can be used in conjunction with other options. So what we have done, we have combined two options, long listing and reverse listing of the files together, right? So we have given separate options together. The combination of these options will result in long listing output in reverse alphabetical order, as you seen over here, right? Now, if you ask me, will the order matter? No, that is not important. That is not important in this case. Yeah. So coming back, a few more things I need to cover. Now, when you do ls-l, this by default gives you the file sizes in bytes. When you do ls-l, it is by default giving you the sizes of the file in bytes. So these are the sizes, the 404096, 40961769 are sizes of the files, which are in bytes. If you want to make it human readable, right? As in you understand the language, make it easier for humans to understand, you can use ls-lh, right? And this will give you the file size in human readable format. So 4K, 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 16M, 16, right? So this is what is a human readable format, right? Now options are generally single letters, as you see, -l-h and all. However, sometimes there are words or phrases as well, right? Typically, older commands use single letters, while the newer commands use complete words for options, right? Single letter options are preceded by single dash. Okay, like when you do ls-l, it's a single letter with single dash, right? However, when you use full word options, you will be using double dash. So let me just clear the screen, right? You'll be using double dash. For example, if you remember, ls-h will give you human readable. We'll have to do long listing to make it better understanding. So this will give you human readable format in a single letter. The same thing you can do by using a complete word, a full word option, which is human readable, and just enter. It will give you the same output, but you can use these similar options. So such options also come up. If you have a single letter, one dash. If you have a word, double dash. Yeah. So if you want to see directory listing in human readable format for any directory, let's say which one we have, SSH directory. Here it is. If I say /etc/SSH, it will give me human readable format. The same format I can get it using a word as an option, which is space human readable. Enter. The same options will come up. Nothing changes, only thing the options. So sometimes the options will be like this, sometimes it will be like this, right? Oh, excuse me. Okay. Similarly, so when a command is executed in a terminal, it is stored in a location, in a history list per se. So this is designed to make it easy to execute same command. So later, eliminating the need to retype the entire command. So your commands are basically saved somewhere in the history to allow you to retype. You can use your up arrow to go through the commands. I'm using my up arrow right now to go through all the commands. Okay, and now the entire history of the commands is which are run in the current session can be displayed using the up arrow repeatedly, one by one, right? Now, when you do the up arrow and press enter, the command will run again. Simple. So if I go on doing this up arrow and just press enter, the command will run again, which is saved in the history. So you don't have to type your commands, right? In case you want to edit a command, you can use the left and right arrow to edit it. So in case I want to list out, instead of SSH, I want to list out, say, the PPA directory. I can change it and enter. It allows me. So you can use the history to move around the commands which are used prior. The left and right arrow to change the positions and use for editing. Right? Let's see. In case you want to see all the commands instead of using up arrow, which were done today, you can type history. Oh, excuse me. And it will list out all the commands. So we have run a total of 35 commands since the session has started. Right? Everything will be listed over here. See the history command. I gave a wrong command also visible. Yeah. Murli is telling type the command, giving space before the command, it will not show in history. Interesting. Let's try it out. So if I just give a space prior to the command and say, let's use a new command, date. Right? Enter. So it has given me the date. Right? Now let's try history. So it's an interesting thing we need to discuss. Yeah, it's not showing. Interesting, Murli. Thank you. So what Murli has told us, if I use date, okay, it's not doing it. Wonderful. So where do you use it, Murli? This command, how does it help? So if I do date right now and do history, you will see the date is listed at the 37th command over here. However, if I add a space at the start of the command and type, let's use another command. What command should I use? Let's use nmap. Enter. And now check history. Okay, that nmap command is not there. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Great. So, so I'm using Google over here to download the cheat sheet. So you can also use Google. That is easier. But okay. Yeah. So this is a 8-page document for Linux complete detail, right? So I'll share this one too for you. Cheat sheet. Close. Yeah. So the cheat sheet is uploaded. You can have a look. Not everything can work out using these cheat sheets, but you need practice. Excuse me. Right? You need to find and do practice. Okay. Now, one more important thing you should understand, something known as external commands. Now, external commands are basically binary executables stored in the directories that are searched by the shell. So if a user types ls command, then the shell searches through the directories that are listed in the path variable, right? So if a command does not behave as expected, or if a command is not accessible, that it should have been accessible, then you can, it will be extremely tedious to find this file, right, manually. So you can use a command by the name of which. Okay, you can use which. So if you want to know more about a command, another important thing, let's complete this first, which, and you can give the command name, say which ls. Okay. Oh, okay. Say which ls. It should give you a path. Actually, this should give you. This should have given you a location of a command where the ls is there. If I just say which Python, will it give me? Which Python? Yeah. So it did not give it for ls, but let's see if I know where is Python variable, or where is Python, if in short, in a generalized understanding, where is Python installed, you can find it using which command, right? This helps you to understand if a particular file is installed or not and available in the system or not, right? So that's your Python. That's your which command. What else? Now, we saw directory listing, right? ls. So we have discussed the initial command options arguments. Similarly, if you have to change the directory, you can use cd, and cd stands for change directory, and the directory name, which is to be changed to. You can just select and you will find the directory has been changed. Can you see that? You can use the cd command to move within the directories. If you want to understand the present working directory, you can use that using pwd, present working directory. That will give you present working directory. Got it? So now if you do not know something about a command, you can use the manual, which is in Linux man command. So if you want to get details about any command, just say man and the command's name. It will list out the details about the command. So it will give you, what is this ls command? It will give you list directory contents. How do you use it? Synopsis is given. It will give you description about this file and options which we can use use this with this, right? So this is how man commands you. In case you do not know what is man, you can find out details using manual of the man itself. Can you see? I opened a manual for man command itself. So it is an interface to system reference manuals. What is it? It is an interface to system reference manuals, and it will give you a description of each thing which you can do with this command. The examples are given. See, I give you this example, right? Man ls displays the manual page for the item ls or the program ls. Got it? Similarly, if you say man 0.7, it will give you the manual page for macro page man in section 7. So you can find a section in a particular manual using the number itself. Right? So that's your manual. Okay. What else? Let me see. Okay. In case you want to get help for a command, then you can use, let's say, -h as help, right? If does not exist, you can use double dash and the full word. Either of it works. Can you see? When I said -l, it did not work. -h, it did not work. When I said -help, it gave me details about this command. So one way getting detail about a command is using manual. If you want a small descriptive understanding, you can use -help, as is the case over here, to find out details about the command, right? All options, right? Okay. Now, we talked about ls, we talked about cd, we talked about pwd, present working directory. We understood where are we with respect to the location. We could change the directory. Now, a bit about the directory structure of Linux. So, Linux has a particular directory system structure. So now on a Windows system, the top level directory is called My Computer. All of you are already aware of it, right? So it is the top level directory on Windows. The physical devices such as the hard drives, USB drives, and the network drives show up under the My Computer option and are each assigned a drive later, right? Such as the C drive, D drive. That is how Windows works. The directory structure which Linux has is slightly different. Let me just show you directory structure of Linux. So if I just open, okay, oh, excuse me. Yeah. So this is the directory structure of Linux, as you see on the screen. Let me explain it to you. Now, as you see in the screen, the directory structure is an example over here as a screen. It is present within the virtual environment, right, of the Linux machine. Now, like Windows, Linux directory structure typically is called file system. Also has a top level. So it is called the root directory. The one you see on the top is the root directory, and it's symbolized by slash character. The slash character over here. Can you see? Yeah. So, and this root directory is the slash character. Additional, there are no drives in the Linux. Remember, each physical device is accessible under a directory as opposed to a drive later in the Windows. It is opposed. Understand as of now, and you will be we'll be discussing it further when we move inside. So to view contents of a directory, you will be using ls, as we already know. So if you want to understand, see the contents of a root directory, you can just say ls/l, and you will get the contents of a root directory. Can you see that? We are getting the contents of a root directory by using ls-l. Same thing, which is given in the diagram over here. Right? I am getting this boot etc proc dev mentioned over here. So can you see boot etc? Yeah, all the directories which are in the root directory can be seen over here. Right? Where is it? Where were we? Yeah. So now we can list out the contents of the directory of the root directory as we saw in the path over here, right? Using the ls command. We've already done that. Now we should notice that there are many directories with descriptive names, like the /boot directory, which contains files to boot the computer. If you want to see the /boot, you can just cd /boot ls, and you'll find the files to boot the computer inside this directory. Hence the name boot, right? So like Windows, this is the master directory boot, the my computer directory like my computer, and you'll have the details over here, the boot directories, right? A root directory will have boot directory. Boot directory will have computers files which allow the computer to boot per se, right? Now the term home directory often confuses various people, right? Home directory often is confused by various people. Let me just come back here. Yeah. So to begin with, on most Linux distribution, there is a directory called home. Can you see this home directory over here? Right? Under the root directory, there's a home directory. Now, under this home directory, there's a directory for each user on the system. So if I just go to, let's say I go back to my root directory, I say ls. You'll find the boot directory. I'll find the home directory, right? Inside the home directory, I will find the directory for each user. As of now, this computer has only one user. Hence, only one directory for a user is mentioned over here. Wonderful. what I can do is, let's create a user. Let's create a user, and I'll show you. If I create a user, if I have to create a user, I can use command sudo user add, and what name should we give? Let's give AEP. Enter. So user is created. Now, like I said, in the root directory, there's a home folder. Which has, or rather, which has users of that particular computer. So if I just say home, you will, oh, it has not created. Just a sec. Why didn't it show the user? Where did we create it? It should have created the user in the root directory. I created a user, right? It did not give an error. What I did, I created a user to be listed over here. But somehow that user is not available in this directory. That's interesting. I will have to look where did I go wrong. Okay, let's come back to that later. I actually wanted to show you, but yeah. So now, like I said, if you go to the home directory, you will find the users listed over there. Now, the directory name is same as the name of the user. So when I said ls/home, ls/home, since there's a Kali user, I see the Kali name as the directory name over there, right? So if you have, say, a system admin user, you'll find the system admin name given in the folder over here, right? So we are in the Kali user, and the Kali user folder is seen over here. Okay, moving on. Okay, the home directory, again, remember, it's an important directory to begin with. When a user opens the shell, it automatically is placed in the home directory, right? Typically where you work. That's the importance of directory. Like I said, PWD will give you the present working directory. If you do PWD, it will give you the present working directory. If I change the user to sudo su, yeah. And if I say PWD, the present working directory is still home, right? But the user is root. Right? So present working directory basically points to the working directory. Okay, we have a few questions. Let me address it one by one. Balraj is saying, is there any difference in the folder color? It seems different colors of folders. Nine. So, okay. In a typical Linux terminal, the color of the folders vary, right? Because of the configuration per se. Now, depending on the distribution, we'll have different colors. So by default, directories are often displayed in different colors to differentiate them from the regular files. So let's say if I just say, as you see, just a sec. As you see over here, this is a tarred file, a compressed file, which has a different color. A regular directory has a different color. If I make a file executable, then the name will it will become green. Yeah. Okay. What is the difference between sudo and su? Okay. Basically, I am using the super user command, right? So sudo and su, again, in most Linux and operating Linux systems or Unix systems, let's say, if you want to do something in elevated privileges, right? If you want to execute some command in elevated privileges, you will use the sudo command, or in full form, it is super user do. So let me just type it for you. The sudo basically stands for sudo. Yeah. See, sudo stands for super user do. They have not given a full form. Or have they given it? No. Now, this is basically to execute a command in a super user and to execute a command in a elevated privilege. They use sudo. So basically, sudo allows a user to execute a command as another user, typically the root user. What is it? The root user. So when I say I am running, let's say I'm exiting this to normal user. Now, if I say want to open a particular application which requires administrative privileges, I may not be able to run it. So let's say I say net discover. So this is another command discover. We'll use it. Does not have net discover, is it? Net discover. Okay. See, it says this is most likely caused by lack of administrative privileges associated with your user account. So then a user account is not allowed to run a command because there are privilege restrictions. However, if I just use sudo, just write sudo and net discover, it will allow me to run the command. Can you see? The command has started working. What is it? I am elevating privilege. David, does that answer your question? Sudo allows a user to execute a command typically as a super user or a root user. Got it? If you say, what is su? Just this. So I can tell you, man su. Does it give me? Yeah. So what is su? Run a command with substitute user and group ID. So now basically SU stands for switch user. If you can use the full form, SU stands for switch user. Sudo stands for super user do, right? Now this SU allows a user to become another user. Typically, again, you can change it to administrator or some other user person. Got it? Yeah, wonderful. If it's about terminals and you're working on a terminal on a Linux, use manual command or help command to get more details. It will be much more easier. So if I say nmap, I can use manual of nmap to give me details. Nmap is a tool which is a network scanner we'll be using. Wait for it. Yeah. So this is nmap. I press Q, I can quit it. Similarly, I can use nmap-h for help. Yes, all commands can be tested in the lab. I am doing it in the Simplilearn lab. If I just nmap-h, it will give me help command. So your help is available on the terminal. So you can get more details. Can we change the password of the user account in the lab using commands? Maybe you will not have the permission. If the lab vendor is smart enough, which he is, because I know him, he will not allow you to change the password of the lab user. Okay, should not actually. You can try it out. Okay, but there's no guarantee. I would not recommend it. You can play around with your own machines with respect to credentials. However, it is not recommended that you do it over here. Okay, wonderful. Right, where were we? Right, so moving on. So we saw we can change directories using CD, and you can move within directories. We saw what is a home directory. We saw what is a root directory, what is the structure of the directory, right? If you move to a particular directory, use CD. If you say, let's say, if you're moving into a CD documents directory, right? There are multiple directories. Okay, not here. CD. If you have to move out of a directory, you can use CD dot dot, and you see you can revert back to the previous directory. You are moving one directory up using the CD dot dot. Now, if you say move to a directory, CD downloads. One sec. What happened? Yeah, let me clear the screen. Can we do any installation, launch any application using Kali? Yes, you can. If you want to, let me just complete this. I'll show you that too. So if I move to the CD directory, somehow my lab has got stuck. Okay, I moved to the downloads directory. If I move further into, okay, there's no subdirectory in the downloads, is it? Where was a subdirectory available? Let's move to a subdirectory somewhere. But my lab is stuck. Wait. Yeah. It's crashed. Just a second. Let the terminal open up. Vinay is asking, can we install anything? Yes, I'll show you that. But let the lab start. Give me a minute. Okay. Here's the lab. Okay, the terminal is open. I do not want another one. Let's clear the screen. Yeah. So do I have any other directory in the downloads? No. Let's see if we have something in the home directory. Documents do not have anything. Okay, let's create one. That will be easy. So if I move into a directory, I want to create a directory. I can use command make dir. Sorry, mkdir, make dir, and I can make a folder AEP. Right. So that's how I create a directory inside a directory. Right, AEP. I can move into the directory like this, AEP. As you see, I am inside the directory. I can list out the contents of the directory if anything is present over there. See, nothing in the directory. If I want to create a file, I can use a command touch to create a file. AEP dot text. Enter. Now, what is that created? It has created a blank page, blank document, AEP.text. As you see, the size of this page is 0 because nothing is inside. Right. Now, there are 2-3 ways of creating the file. One is what I showed you. Other one is you can use Nano, which is an editor, to create a file or change a file. So we'll create AEP1.text using Nano. Enter. So this is a kind of structure. So this is a test document. This is a test document, right? I can say Control X and Y for saving the document and enter, right? Control X, Y, enter. Now, if I say, if I list out details, ls-l, I will find 2 files listed over here. One with 25 bytes of data, one with 0 bytes. One was created with touch, other was created with Nano. Similar to Nano, there are other editors which can be utilized. One of the few famous one is Vim. So you can use Vim to just edit the AEP file. Right? So I'm editing. So this is another editor which allows you to edit the file, but it is certain there is particular method in which you can edit the file. If I want to enter something in this Vim command, I say I for insert. I have to type insert. As soon as I type insert, you'll see an insert prompt is given over here. Now I can type over here. This is a test file, right? And we can add to. How do I save it? I type, press escape on the keyboard, right? You see the insert prompt is gone. Then do colon, just type colon, W for write and Q for quit. Enter. I will write the changes and quit. Now, if I say ls-l, enter, you will find that the 22 byte worth data is created in the previous file. The time of change and everything is visible over here. Seen all of you? Clear? With me? Yeah? Okay, great. Okay, let's move on. Now, another way of, can you repeat this again? Which one? The Vim one? Okay, Arvind is telling me if I use X, it will directly do everything. Okay, we'll try that. So if I say vim and the file name, so site, and I enter, this is the file I see. I can make changes to the file. Let's say I delete these two and type new alphabet. Sorry, I have to press I for insert. Once I insert, I can type anything I want to, right? Now, in order to save the file, there are two options. One was escape. I say colon, W for write, Q for quit. Another option our friend Arvind has given, wherein I can use colon and X to exit. Let's see if it works. Yeah, I have exited. Let's look if the change has been incorporated in our file. So cat aep.text. You see, so vim, you open the vim file, then you press I for insert, make changes as per requirement, and then you can use colon and X to save and exit. I used to use colon and WQ, right? Both of them are same. Yeah. Okay, understood, Sai? Okay, great. We have a question from David. David is asking, does Linux have something like batch files in Windows? Okay, yes, Linux has a similar concept to Windows batch files, .bat files, if you call it, and they are known as shell scripts. Yeah, David, they are known as, let me just exit this. What is it? Yeah. Okay. So there are shell scripts. Now these shell scripts are text files containing commands that are interpreted and executed by the shell interpreters, right? So that's our shell scripts. So we'll be using shell scripts. So if you want to create a say a simple shell script, now that we have come to this and we are using editors, another editor which will help us do is gedit. So we talked about Nano, we talk about Vim. Another text-based editor is gedit. Do we have gedit in this? Well, let's see, we'll have to install. So in case gedit, I say, and I don't have this file, I say enter, Linux will tell me that the file does not exist and we can install it. Now, this is the question when somebody was asking that, can I install applications? Yes, you can use sudo apt install and the application which is to be installed, gedit. In this case, let's install this application and I can install it. Can you see? It's being installed on my Kali machine. So anything you have to install, you can use sudo apt install and the name of the application, and you will be able to install it. As you see on the screen, it is happening right now, wherein this application wasn't there and we are installing it. Yeah, sure. If you do not have an application, you can use sudo apt install and the application name to install the application. Simple. Sai, sudo apt install and the application name. In this case, I have installed gedit, which is a text-based editor for Linux machines. Where are you? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Great. So now that we are, we've seen Vim, we've seen Nano, we've seen Vim, we've seen Nano. Let's work on our options to use a text-based editor. Let's work on our options to use a text-based editor such as gedit. So if I say gedit and I say AEP, I give the file name, right? Enter. A text-based editor like Windows has a notepad, a similar thing will pop up like this. And I can change the file as per my liking over here also. Can you see I can change it? I'm changing the file. Yes. Now, David was asking, do we have batch files? So in Linux, we have shell scripts. Let's create a small script file. Now, this is bash scripting, not a part of your course, but an interesting thing if you want to learn. However, it is not compulsory. You just need to understand it. Okay, so let's start. I am creating a bash file, a simple script. Let's say slash bin bash, and we are going to echo or print out on the screen. We want to print out, say, hello, how are you? I'm doing it in the editor, right? And I add a question mark, a quote, right? Also, we will ask the bash script to list out files in the current directory like this, right? So in order to save this document, it is simple. I just say Control S like we do in Windows, and the file is saved. The file is saved. We can close this. Okay. Control L. I have cleared the screen. I say ls. You will find the file is here, aap.txt, right? The file which we created. And the file size must have changed. If you remember, it was 20 bytes. Now it is 46 bytes. And there is no execute. This file is not an executable. In order to create this file, make this file executable, you'll use the command change mod, chmod, right? Plus X for making it executable, and the file name, right? I should have saved it as .sh actually. Okay, let's use it. CH. So yeah, so now that we have a file created over here, we can also copy the file or move the file in the same location. So if I just say copy ap.text, come on, yeah, as ap.sh in the present location. Can I do that? Yes, all people who know Linux. Can I copy, change the name of the file in the present location? Yeah. If there's an error, Linux will give you a warning. If the operation is done, the Linux will not give a warning. If you want to look at it, sorry, ls-l, you see, I created a file of same size and name with a different extension. So aap.text was a file. I have copied it as aap.sh, which is a shell script file. Do you understand? I copied a file using CP. CP is copying a file. Now this aap.ch can be given executing privileges that we can execute this file by using chmod plus X, and I say aap.sh. Right? I am making a shell file. Enter. You see, it has given no errors. That means it has worked. So if I now do ls-l, can you see the file color has changed? Can you see? What was the file color before? It was a white color. Now it has become green color. That signifies the file is now executable. Do you understand that? That signifies the file is now executable. Yeah, David, your batch file, we have created a shell file over here. Okay. So in your journey as a ethical hacker, as a penetration tester, you may have to make files executable. You will be doing it using such kind of commands, change mode, chmod commands. Got it? Now, if you want to run this file, you can just use ./aap. So you have to run a command, just dot is present working directory, and you want to run the this file in the present working directory. So dot is the present working directory, present location, and the name of the file to run. And we have made it executable. As soon as I say enter, it should give us the command. What is it saying? Hello, how are you? And it is listing the contents of the present directory. Can you see that? What we've done? So we have progressively moved from creating a directory to creating a file to creating a shell using various editors, then making the shell file executable, a batch file executable, and then running the file on the terminal, getting an output on the screen. Is that clear, all of you? This is something you need to redo when you practice. It is important that you redo this. Okay, great. So, and thanks, David, for getting it to my notice. This is something which is should be known to us, right? Thank you. So let's see a few questions. Yashodeep says, what is root terminal and terminal? Okay, Yashodeep, in context of Linux, a terminal is a program that provides text-based interface, what you see on the screen, to interact with the operating system. What? Okay, it is giving you a text-based text-based interface to interact with the operating system. While a root terminal is a terminal session that runs with super user privileges. Now, do you understand? Terminal gives you interface. Root terminal will give you super user privileges, and the same thing can be done with your privileges. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Zareen, it will be the same. The commands will stay the same. Nothing changes. Ubuntu is a Debian-based operating system. Kali Linux is also a Debian-based operating system. So all these commands in exact same format will work in Ubuntu also. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay. So next question. So we have a question from Kaushal, which is from where the Linux find the application. Now, in case of Linux, there's something known as official package repositories, right? So no, most Linux distributions have official software repositories or storage mechanisms where users can find and install the application. When you used, just let me clear the screen. When you use apt, right? That is advanced package tool. What is it? Advanced package tool. This allows you, this is a package manager which allows you to download packages from the repository of the Debian operating system, Linux operating system, and so on and so forth. For Debian, you use apt Debian. Sorry, right? Use apt for let's say Red Hat operating system, Fedora, CentOS. I think CentOS also. You use yum. That is a it is possibly yellow updater modified or something. I forgot. All right. So that's how you do it. Also, there are other options wherein there are third-party repositories, software websites. You can download like you do in Windows. Similarly, you can download and install applications. This is one option I have given, right? Most cyber people prefer working on Linux. It's much more convenient. Lesser issues come up. At least I prefer, and I've seen 90% of people who I work with prefer using Linux. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Again, another question from Kaushal. Does the syntax matter while searching the application? Yes. If you remember, I told you Linux is case sensitive. So you have to ensure that case is correct. So if you're looking for Firefox, let's say now this machine has Firefox. I want to open Firefox. I just type Firefox like this, and it will open Firefox. But if I don't get the case correct, it will not open the application. Simple as that. Can you see? From the terminal, without actually using the mouse, I can open an application. I just say Firefox. I'll tell you something interesting I'm doing over here. Can you see? I just changed the case, the first case F, and Firefox did not open. If I say Firefox without with the right case and I enter, it will open Firefox. Got it? So you can search and open applications from the terminal. So if I want to open up, say, burp suite, I can type burp, tab, and enter. It will open. This is a proxy which we'll be using subsequently. So you can open applications directly from terminal by running a command. You don't have to use mouse and mouse as such, right? Okay.
Today, we are going to talk about some really interesting and powerful hacking gadgets you should know about in 2024. But remember, this is just for learning. We don't want anyone getting into trouble. So, moving on. The best way to keep your computers and devices safe is to know about the risk. So, some risks are easy to cater using strong passwords, and don't download from bad websites, and don't hand your unlocked device to strangers. But there are also hidden dangers that can cause big problems. Some tools look innocent but can be very dangerous. Here are 7 gadgets that look normal but are actually powerful hacking tools. These tools are made for security experts to test systems, but they can be misused. So let's kick things off with a device that's small but incredibly powerful. That is Raspberry Pi. So Raspberry Pi is a compact and affordable computer that has revolutionized the tech world. Originally designed for educational purposes, it has become a favorite among hobbyists, makers, and even professionals. Despite its small size, it boasts impressive capabilities, including multiple USB ports, HDMI output, and support for various operating systems like Linux and Windows 10 IoT Core. The Raspberry Pi can be used for a wide range of projects, from simple programming and gaming to complex IoT systems and home automation. The Raspberry Pi can also be a dangerous hacking tool. With the right software, it can be used to perform a variety of hacking tasks. For example, it can run Kali Linux, a popular operating system for penetration testing. This allows it to be used for network scanning, password cracking, and even setting up rogue access points to intercept data. Its small size makes it easy to hide, and its affordability means it's accessible to many. In the wrong hands, this innocent looking device can become a powerful tool for malicious activities. Now that we have seen the potential of the Raspberry Pi, which by the way is one of the personal favorites for tinkering, let's move on to another seemingly simple but powerful device, the Wi-Fi adapter. So Wi-Fi adapter might seem like a simple device used to connect to wireless networks, but it can be a potent hacking tool in the wrong hands. These adapters, when paired with the right software, can intercept and monitor wireless communications, making them invaluable for network analysis and penetration testing. For example, they can be used with tools like AirCrackNG to crack Wi-Fi passwords. Hackers can use Wi-Fi adapters to perform attacks such as packet sniffing and man-in-the-middle attacks. These activities can lead to unauthorized access to networks, data theft, and severe security breaches. It's like having a digital spy in your pocket. While essential for legitimate security testing, it's crucial to be aware of their potential misuse and to secure your own wireless networks against such threats. Speaking of Wi-Fi, you won't believe how sneaky this next device is. Let's take a look at a device that takes wireless hacking to a whole new level, the Wi-Fi Pineapple. The Wi-Fi Pineapple looks like a standard router, but it is a sophisticated device used for hacking wireless networks. It allows attackers to create rogue Wi-Fi access points, tricking users into connecting and revealing their login credentials. Imagine connecting to what looks like a free public Wi-Fi only to have your data intercepted. This device is capable of advanced man-in-the-middle attacks, monitoring, and recording data from all connected devices. Additionally, the Wi-Fi Pineapple can capture Wi-Fi handshakes, which can then be used to crack network passwords. Its powerful feature makes it a favorite among penetration testers for assessing network security, but in the wrong hands, it can be used for malicious activities, highlighting the importance of robust wireless security. So from Wi-Fi to Bluetooth, which is everyone these days, right? Let's now explore a powerful tool for Bluetooth hacking, the Ubertooth One. The Ubertooth One is an open source Bluetooth testing tool that appears to be a simple USB dongle. Despite its unassuming appearance, it can monitor and analyze Bluetooth communications, making it a valuable asset for those testing the security of Bluetooth devices. Think of it as a spy for Bluetooth traffic. The Ubertooth One can capture Bluetooth packets, perform Bluetooth attacks, and even explore vulnerabilities in Bluetooth networks. Its ability to dissect Bluetooth traffic makes it a powerful tool for both legitimate security research and potential misuse. Understanding its capabilities helps highlight the importance of securing Bluetooth-enabled devices against unauthorized access and attacks. Continuing with radio frequency tools, which honestly sounds like something out of a spy movie. So let's discuss the Hack RF1 and its versatile capabilities. So the Hack RF1 is a versatile software-defined radio SDR platform that can transmit and receive radio signals from 1 MHz to 6 GHz. It looks like a standard electronic device, but can be used for a wide range of hacking activities. Imagine being able to capture and manipulate signals across a broad spectrum. With the Hack RF1, users can capture and analyze various radio signals, jam frequencies, and even spoof signals to manipulate communication systems. This tool is particularly useful for exploring and testing the security of wireless communication systems. While it serves an essential role in legitimate research and development, the Hack RF1 also demonstrates the need for robust security measures to protect against radio frequency based attacks. So now let's look at a tool that takes advantage of a computer's trust in USB devices. And trust me, this one's sneaky, the USB rubber ducky. So the USB rubber ducky is a device that looks like a regular flash drive but acts like a keyboard, typing commands into any computer it's plugged into. Hackers use it to execute pre-programmed scripts that can steal data, install malware, or take control of the target device. It's like a tiny digital ninja. This tool exploits the trust computers have in USB devices, making it a potent weapon for cyber attacks. It's a reminder to be cautious about plugging in unknown USB devices, as they could be rubber duckies in disguise, ready to unleash harmful commands and compromise your system security. So finally, we have got a real undercover gadget here. Let's uncover the secret capabilities of the LAN turtle. The LAN turtle looks like a typical USB Ethernet adapter, but it's a covert hacking tool used to monitor and infiltrate networks. Don't let its innocent appearance fool you. It provides hackers with several capabilities, such as network scanning, DNS spoofing, and data capture. The LAN turtle can be discreetly plugged into a network, allowing access to gather sensitive information and gain unauthorized access. Its ability to operate undetected makes it particularly dangerous, emphasizing the need for vigilance and robust network security measures to prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to your systems. So there you have it, guys. We have explored some of the most powerful and dangerous hacking gadgets out there. These tools can do a lot of damage if they fall into the wrong hands. That's why it's so important to stay informed and vigilant about cybersecurity.
Next on our docket is a live demonstration where we solve a set of cross-site scripting problems starting from the basic level to the topmost level 6. We're going to start at level 1. In this web application, it demonstrates the common cause of cross-site scripting where user input is directly included in the page without proper escaping. If we interact with a vulnerable application window here and find a way to make it execute JavaScript of our choosing, we can take actions inside the vulnerable window or directly edit its URL bar. This task needs only basic knowledge. Let's see why the most primitive injections work here right away. Let's do a simple query and inspect the resulting HTML page. I'm going to use this phrase with a single quote as a special character. We can now inspect the HTML page. We can see here in this line, the special character single quote appears in the result over here. The provided query text is placed directly in a B tag, as in a body element. We need to perform a reflected XSS into the web application because they are non-persistent XSS attacks and the payload should be included in the URL to perform successful exploitation. We can use any payload, but we're going to use the simple one to perform an alert in this web application. It's simple and can be shown easily. We're just going to write the script over here. And we're going to press search. As you can see, we have successfully launched our first cross-site scripting attack. We can see an alert box pop up with the necessary message, and a similar process can be used to steal browser cookies and passwords, albeit with different commands. Now we have the option to move to level 2. In this web application, It shows that how easily XSS bugs can be introduced in complex chat applications. Chat app conversations are stored in a database and retrieved when a user wants to see the conversation. Therefore, if a malicious user injects some JavaScript code, all visitors will be infected. This kind of cross-site scripting attack is more powerful and it is more riskier than reflected cross-site scripting attacks, and that's why it is known as stored XSS. I posted my query with a special character of a single quote, and this is what I get. Whatever I typed in simply appeared on the page right after I click on Share Status. Let's see the source. You can see here, the text I posted seems directly put inside a block code tag. So even a simple script tag we used in level 1 should work here, but it will not. Let us examine the code to understand why. We're going to toggle the code over here and check the index.html file. Important part is line 32. The generated HTML fragment, which is the HTML variable in the code, is added to the mail HTML using the inner HTML method. So when the browser parsing this HTML fragment, it will not execute any script tag defined within that HTML fragment. HTML parser will not execute a script tag when it parses HTMLs via this method. This is why the script tag like we used in level 1 is not going to work here. Our solution is to use events. Events will execute the defined JavaScripts. We're going to use an image over here. And when we press on Share Status, in the above injection, we are loading an image that doesn't exist, which causes to trigger an onError event. In onError event, it will execute our alert method. With that, we are able to beat level 2, and we can now move up to the next level in our challenge. As you can see, clicking on any tab causes the tab number to be displayed in the URL fragment. This hints that the value after the hashtag controls the behavior of the page. That is, it is an input variable. To confirm, let's analyze the code. As you can see in line 43, inside the event handling, the value provided after the hash in the URL is directly passed onto the choTab method. No input validation is being performed. The value passed to the choseTab method is directly injected into the img tag in line 17. This is an unsafe assignment and it is the vulnerable part of the code. Now all we have to do now is to craft a payload that would adjust the img tag to execute our JavaScript. Remember, the script tag from level 1 would not work here since the variable HTML is used to add the DOM dynamically. Hence the events are our aces here once again. I will choose to use the existing img tag and change the source to something that doesn't exist, hence forcing it to fall in to execute an onError, even which I will pass the URL. Once we visit that URL, we can see that our Java pop-up has opened up here with the same message of XSS level 3 has been completed. With this, we can now move on to level 4, which is going to present a different kind of attack. In this web application, there is a timer on the page. That means whatever numbers we put in the box, a countdown starts. And then when it finishes, the application alerts that the countdown is finished. And you can see the time is up pop-up appearing over here, and this resets the timer again. Now it is obvious that the value entered in the text box is transferred to the server over the timer parameter in the URL. Let us examine the code to see how the timer parameter is being handled. We're going to visit timer.html over here. And we're going to check over here. In line 21, the start timer method is being called in the onload event. However, the timer parameter is being directly passed to the start timer method. We need to perform a pop-up alert in the web application which escapes the content of the function start timer without breaking the JavaScript code. The parameter value is directly added to the start timer method without any filtering. What we can try to do here is to inject an alert function to be executed inside the onload event along with the start timer method. We're going to remove this argument and put our script over here. Now when we press on create timer, and we have a pop-up with the XSS level 4 completed. We can now move on to level 5. In this web application, this application XSS is different because this challenge description says cross-site scripting isn't just about correctly escaping data. Sometimes attackers can do bad things even without injecting new elements into the DOM. It's kind of open redirect because the attack payload is executed as a result of modifying the DOM environment in the victim's browser. This environment is used by the original client-side script so that the client-side code runs in an unexpected manner. The vulnerability can be easily detected if the next link in the sign-up page is inspected. The href attribute value of next link is confirmed, which is exactly the value of the next URL query parameter. As you can see over here. This means using the next query parameter can be used to inject a JavaScript code to the href attribute of the next link. The following is the best way to do it. As soon as the user clicks on the link, the script will be triggered. We're going to press anything random. And now that we click next, we can see the XSS level 5 that we had provided in the URL as a parameter to the next variable. Since the value of next provided appears on a pop-up, we can consider the attack a success and move on to the final level 6. In this web application, it shows some of the external JavaScript is retrieved. If you analyze the URL, you can see that the script is loaded already. The vulnerability lies within how the code handles the value after the hashtag. If you check on line 45, the value right after the hashtag is taken as the gadget name. And then in line 48, the value is directly passed on to the include gadget method. And in the include gadget method that we can see over here, you can see in line 18, a script tag is created and the URL gadget name parameter value is directly used as the source attribute of the script tag in line 28. This means we can completely control the source attribute of the script tag that is being created. That is, with this vulnerability, we can inject our own JavaScript file into the code. We can inject a URL of our own hosted JavaScript into the web application's URL after the hashtag, and the URL should not be using HTTPS but anything like that to bypass the regular expression for security checking. We're going to remove the pre-stored URL and we're going to load our own JavaScript file. Finally, we have reached the end of our challenge. We completed 6 different varieties of cross-scripting attacks and used different solutions for all of the 6 questions. With work from home being the norm in today's era, people spend considerable amount of time on the internet, often without specific measures to ensure a secure session. Apart from individuals, organizations worldwide that host data and conduct business over the internet are always at the risk of a DDoS attack. These DDoS attacks are getting more extreme, with hackers getting easy access to the graph. 3 of the 6 strongest DDoS attacks were launched in 2021, with the most extreme attack occurring just last year in 2020. Lately, cybercriminals have been actively seeking out new services and protocols for amplifying these DDoS attacks. Active involvement with hacked machines and botnets allow further penetration into the consumer space, allowing much more elaborate attack campaigns. Apart from general users, multinational corporations have also had their fair share of problems. GitHub, a platform for software developers, was the target of a DDoS attack in 2018. Widely suspected to be conducted by Chinese authorities, this attack went on for about 20 minutes, after which the systems were brought into a stable condition. It was the strongest DDoS attack to date at the time and made a lot of companies reconsider the security practices to combat such attacks. Even after years of experimentation, DDoS attacks are still at large and can affect anyone in the consumer and corporate space. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on what is a DDoS attack. Let's learn more about what is a DDoS attack. A distributed denial of service attack, or DDoS, is when an attacker or attackers attempt to make it impossible for a service to be delivered. This can be achieved by thwarting access to virtually anything: servers, devices, services, networks, applications, and even specific transactions within applications. In a DOS attack, it's one system that is sending the malicious data or requests. A DDoS attack comes from multiple systems. Generally, these attacks work by drowning a system with requests for data. This could be sending a web server so many requests to serve a page that it crashes under the demand, or it could be a database being hit with a high volume of queries. The result is available internet bandwidth, CPU, and RAM capacity become overwhelmed. The impact could range from a minor annoyance from disrupted services to experiencing entire websites, applications, or even entire businesses taking offline. More often than not, these attacks are launched using machines in a botnet. A botnet is a network of devices that can be triggered to send requests from a remote source, often known as the command and control center. The bots in the network attack a particular target, thereby hiding the original perpetrator of the DDoS campaign. But how do these devices come under a botnet? And what are the requests being made to the web servers? Let's learn more about these and how DDoS attacks work. A DDoS attack is a two-phase process. In the first phase, a hacker creates a botnet of devices. Simply put, a vast network of computers are hacked via malware, ransomware, or just simple social engineering. These devices become a part of the botnet, which can be triggered anytime to start bombarding a system or a server on the instruction of the hacker that created the botnet. The devices in these networks are called bots or zombies. In the second phase, a particular target is selected for the attack. When the hacker finds the right time to attack, all the zombies in the botnet network send these requests to the target, thereby taking up all the server's available bandwidth. These can be simple ping requests or complex attacks like SYN flooding and UDP flooding. The aim is to overwhelm them with more traffic than the server or the network can accommodate. The goal is to render the website or service inoperable. There is a lot of wiggle room when it comes to the type of DDoS attack a hacker can go with. Depending on the target's vulnerability, we can choose one of the three broad categories of DDoS attacks. Volume-based attacks use massive amounts of bogus traffic to overwhelm a resource. It can be a website or a server. They include ICMP, UDP, and spoofed packet flood attacks. The size of volume-based attack is measured in bits per second. These attacks focus on clogging all the available bandwidth for the server, thereby cutting the supply short. Several requests are sent to the server, all of which warrant a reply, thereby not allowing the target to cater to the general legitimate users. Next, we have the protocol level attacks. These attacks are meant to consume essential resources of the target server. They exhaust the load balancers and firewalls, which are meant to protect the system against the DDoS attacks. These protocol attacks include SYN floods and Smurf DDoS, among others, and the size is measured in packets per second. For example, in an SSL handshake, server replies to the hello message sent by the hacker, which will be the client in this case, but since the IP is spoofed and leads nowhere, the server gets stuck in an endless loop of sending the acknowledgement without any end in sight. Finally, we have the application level attacks. Application layer attacks are conducted by flooding applications with maliciously crafted requests. The size of application layer attacks is measured in requests per second. These are relatively sophisticated attacks that target the application and operating system level vulnerabilities. They prevent the specific applications from delivering necessary information to users and hog the network bandwidth up to the point of a system crash. Examples of such an attack are HTTP flooding and BGP hijacking. A single device can request data from a server using HTTP POST or GET without any issues. However, when the requisite botnet is instructed to bombard the server with thousands of requests, the database bandwidth gets jammed and it eventually becomes unresponsive and unusable. But what about the reasons for such an attack? There are multiple lines of thought as to why a hacker decides to launch a DDoS attack on unsuspecting targets. Let's take a look at a few of them. The first option is to gain a competitive advantage. Many DDoS attacks are conducted by hacking communities against rival groups. Some organizations hire such communities to stagger their rivals' resources at a network level to gain an advantage in the playing field. Since being a victim of a DDoS attack indicates a lack of security, the reputation of such a company takes a significant hit, allowing the rivals to cover up some ground. Secondly, some hackers launch these DDoS attacks to hold multinational corporations at ransom. The resources are jammed, and the only way to clear the way is if the target company agrees to pay a designated amount of money to the hackers. Even a few minutes of inactivity is detrimental to a company's reputation in the global market, and it can cause a spiral effect, both in terms of market value and product security index. Most of the time, a compromise is reached and the resources are freed after a while. DDoS attacks have also found use in the political segment. Certain activists tend to use DDoS attacks to voice their opinion. Spreading the word online is much faster than any local rally or forum. Primarily political, these attacks also focus on online communities, ethical dilemmas, or even protests against corporations. Let's take a look at a few ways that companies and individuals can protect themselves against DDoS attacks. The company can employ load balancers and firewalls to help protect the data from such attacks. Load balancers reroute the traffic from one server to another in a DDoS attack. This reduces the single point of failure and adds resiliency to the server data. A firewall blocks unwanted traffic into a system and manages the number of requests made at a definite rate. It checks for multiple attacks from a single IP and occasional slowdowns to detect a DDoS attack in action. Early detection of a DDoS attack goes a long way in recovering the data lost in such an event. Once you've detected the attack, you will have to find a way to respond. For example, you will have to work on dropping the malicious DDoS traffic before it reaches your server so that it doesn't throttle and exhaust your bandwidth. Here's where you will filter the traffic so that only legitimate traffic reaches the server. By intelligent routing, you can break the remaining traffic into manageable chunks that can be handled by your cluster resources. The most important stage in DDoS mitigation is where you will look for patterns of DDoS attacks and use those to analyze and strengthen your mitigation techniques. For example, blocking an IP that's repeatedly found to be offending is a first step. Cloud providers like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure, who offer high levels of cybersecurity, including firewalls and threat monitoring software, can help protect your assets and network from DDoS criminals. The cloud also has greater bandwidth than most private networks, so it is likely to fail if under the pressure of increased DDoS attacks. Additionally, reputable cloud providers offer network redundancy, duplicating copies of your data, systems, and equipment, so that if your service becomes corrupted or unavailable due to a DDoS attack, you can switch to a secure access on backed up versions without missing a beat. One can also increase the amount of bandwidth available to a host server being targeted. Since DDoS attacks fundamentally operate on the principle of overwhelming systems with heavy traffic, simply provisioning extra bandwidth to handle unexpected traffic spikes can provide a measure of protection. This solution can prove expensive, as a lot of that bandwidth is going to go unused most of the time. A content delivery network, or a CDN, distributes your content and boosts performance by minimizing the distance between your resources and end users. It stores the cached version of your content in multiple locations, and this eventually mitigates DDoS attacks by avoiding a single point of failure when the attacker is trying to focus on a single target. Popular CDNs include Akamai CDN, Cloudflare, AWS CloudFront, etc. Let's start with our demo regarding the effects of DDoS attacks on a system. For our demo, we have a single device that will attack a target, making it a DOS attack of sorts. Once a botnet is ready, multiple devices can do the same and eventually emulate a DDoS attack. To do so, we will use the virtualization software called VMware with an instance of Parrot Security operating system running. For a target machine, we will be running another VMware instance of a standard Linux distribution known as Linux Lite. In a target device, we can use Wireshark to determine when the attack begins and see the effects of the attack accordingly. This is Linux Lite, which is our target machine, and this is Parrot Security, which is used by the hacker when trying to launch a DDoS attack. This is just one of the distros that can be used. To launch the attack, we must first find the IP address of our target. So to find the IP address, we open the terminal. We use the command ifconfig. And here we can find the IP address. Now remember, we're launching this attack in VMware. Now both the instances of Parrot Security and Linux Lite are being run on my local network. So the address that you can see here is 192.168.72.129, which is a private address. This IP cannot be accessed from outside the network, basically anyone who is not connected to my Wi-Fi. When launching attacks with public servers or public addresses, it will have a public IP address that does not belong to the 192.168 subnet. Once we have the IP address, we can use a tool called hping3. hping3 is an open source packet generator and analyzer for the TCP/IP protocol. To check what are the effects of an attack, we will be using Wireshark. Wireshark is a network traffic analyzer. We can see whatever traffic that is passing through the Linux Lite distro is being displayed over here with the IP address, the source IP, and the destination IP as to where the request is being transferred to. Once we have the DOS attack launched, you can see the results coming over here from the source IP, which will be Parrot Security. Now, to launch the hping3 command, we need to give sudo access to the console, which is the root access. Now, we have the root access for the console. The hping3 command will have a few arguments to go with it, which are, as you can see on the screen, -s and a flood a -v -p80 and the IP address of the target, which is 192.168.72.129. In this command, we have a few arguments such as the -s, which specifies SYN packets. Like in an SSL handshake, we have the SYN request that the client sends to the server to initiate a connection. The -flood aims to ignore the replies that the server will send back to the client in response to the SYN packets. Here the parent security OS is the client and Linux Lite being the server. -v stands for verbosity, as in where we will see some output when the requests are being sent. The -p80 stands for port 80, which we can replace the port number if we want to attack a different port. And finally, we have the IP address of our target. As of right now, if we check Wireshark, it is relatively clear and there is no indication of a DDoS attack incoming. Now once we launch the attack over here, we can see the requests coming in from this IP, which is 192.168.72.128. Till now, even the network is responsive, and so is Linux Lite. The requests keep on coming, and we can see the HTTP flooding has started in flood mode. After a few seconds of this attack continuing, the server will start shutting down. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro that can focus on that serves as a backend. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro, and such Linux distros are served as backend to many servers across the world. For example, a few seconds have passed from the attack. Now the system has become completely irresponsive. This has happened due to the huge number of requests that came from parent security. You can see whatever I press, nothing is responded. Even the Wireshark has stopped capturing new requests because the CPU usage right now is completely 100%, and at this point of time, anyone who is trying to request some information from this Linux distro, or where this Linux distro is being used as a backend for a server or a database, cannot access anything else. The system has completely stopped responding, and any legitimate request from legitimate users will be dropped. Once we stop the attack over here, it takes a bit of time to settle down. Now remember, it's still out of control, but eventually the traffic dies down and the system regains its strength. It is relatively easy to gauge right now the effect of a DOS attack. Now remember, this Linux Lite is just a VM instance. Actual website servers and web databases, they have much more bandwidth and are very secure, and it is tough to break into. That is why we cannot use a single machine to break into them. That is where a DDoS attack comes into play. What we did right now is a DOS attack, as in a single system is being used to penetrate a target server using a single request. Now, when a DDoS attack, multiple systems such as multiple parent security instances or multiple zombies or bots in a botnet network can attack a target server to completely shut down the machine and drop any legitimate request, thereby rendering the service and the target completely unusable and inoperable. As a final note, we would like to remind that this is for educational purposes only, and we do not endorse any attacks on any domains. Only test this on servers and networks that you have permission to test on. Cybersecurity has become one of the most rigid industries in the last decade, while simultaneously being the most challenged. With every aspect of corporate culture going online and embracing cloud computing, there is a plethora of critical data circulating through the internet, all worth billions of dollars to the right person. Increasing benefits require more complex attacks, and one of these attacks is a brute force attack. A brute force, or known as brute force cracking, is the cyber attack equivalent of trying every key on your keyring and eventually finding the right one. Brute force attacks are simple and reliable. There is no prior knowledge needed about the victim to start an attack. Most of the systems falling prey to brute force attacks are actually well secured. Attackers let a computer do the work, that is, trying different combinations of usernames and passwords until they find one that works. Due to this repeated trial and error format, the strength of password matters a great deal. Although with enough time and resources, brute force will break a system since they run multiple combinations until they find the right passcode. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on what is a brute force attack. Let's begin with learning about brute force attacks in detail. A brute force attack, also known as an exhaustive search, is a cryptographic hack that relies on guessing possible combinations of targeted password until the current password is discovered. It can be used to break into online accounts, encrypted documents, or even network peripheral devices. The longer the password, the more combinations that will need to be tested. A brute force attack can be time-consuming and difficult to perform if methods such as data obfuscation are used, and at times downright impossible. However, if the password is weak, it could merely take seconds with hardly any effort. Dictionary attacks are an alternative to brute force attacks, where the attacker already has a list of usernames and passwords that need to be tested against the target. It doesn't need to create any other combinations on its own. Dictionary attacks are much more reliable than brute force in a real-world context, but the usefulness depends entirely on the strength of passwords being used by the general population. There is a three-step process when it comes to brute forcing a system. Let's learn about each of them in detail. In step 1, we have to settle on a tool that we are going to use for brute forcing. There are some popular names on the market like Hashcat, Hydra, and John the Ripper. While each of them has its own strengths and weaknesses, each of them perform well with the right configuration. All of these tools come pre-installed with certain Linux distributions that cater to penetration testers and cybersecurity analysts like Kali Linux and Parrot Security. After deciding what tool to use, we can start generating combinations of alphanumeric variables whose only limitation is the number of characters. For example, while using Hydra, a single 6-digit password will create 900,000 passwords with only digits involved. Add alphabets and symbols to that sample space and that number grows exponentially. The popular tools allow customizing this process. Let's say the hacker is aware of the password being a specific 8-digit word containing only letters and symbols. This will substantially increase the chances of being able to guess the right password since we remove the time taken to generate the longer ones. We omit the need for including digits in such combinations. These small tweaks go a long way in organizing an efficient brute force attack since running all the combinations with no filters will dramatically reduce the odds of finding the right credentials in time. In the final step, we run these combinations against the file or service that is being broken. We can try and break into a specific encrypted document, a social media account, or even devices at home that connect to the internet. Let's say there is a Wi-Fi router. The generated passwords are then fed into the connection one after the other. It is a long and arduous process, but the work is left to the computer rather than someone manually clicking and checking each of these passcodes. Any password that doesn't unlock the router is discarded and the brute force tool simply moves on to the next one. This keeps going on until we find the right combination which unlocks the router. Sometimes reaching the success stage takes days and weeks, which makes it cumbersome for people with low computing power at their disposal. However, the ability to crack any system in the world purely due to bad password habits is very appealing, and the general public tends to stick with simple and easy to use passwords. Now that we have a fair idea about how brute force works, let's see if we can answer this question. We learned about how complex passwords are tougher to crack by brute force. Among the ones listed on the screens, which one do you believe will take the longest to be broken when using brute force tools? Leave your answers in the comment section and we will get back to you with the correct option next week. Let's move on to the harmful effects of getting a system compromised due to brute force attacks. A hacked laptop or mobile can have social media accounts logged in, giving the hackers free access to the victim's connections. It has been reported on multiple occasions where compromised Facebook accounts are sending malicious links and attachments to people on their friends list. One of the significant reasons for hacking, malware infusion is best done when spread from multiple devices, similar to distributing spam. This reduces the chance of circling back the source to a single device which belongs to the hacker. Once brute forced, a system can spread malware via email attachments, sharing links, file upload via FTP, etc. Personal information such as credit card data, usage habits, private images and videos are all stored in our systems, be it in plain format or root folders. A compromised laptop means easy access to these information that can be further used to impersonate the victim regarding bank verification, among other things. Once a system is hacked, it can also be used as a mail server that distributes spam across lists of victims. Since the hacked machines all have different IP addresses and MAC addresses, it becomes challenging to trace the spam back to the original hacker. With so many harmful implications arising from a brute force attack, it's imperative that the general public must be protected against such. Let's learn about some of the ways we can prevent ourselves from becoming a victim of brute force attacks. Using passwords consisting of alphabets, letters, and numbers have a much higher chance of withstanding brute force attacks thanks to the sheer number of combinations they can produce. The longer the password, the less likely it is that a hacker will devote the time and resources to brute force them. Having alphanumeric passwords also allows the user to keep different passwords for different websites. This is to ensure that if a single account or a password is compromised due to a breach or a hack, the rest of the accounts are isolated from the incident. Two-factor authentication involves receiving a one-time password on a trusted device before a new login is allowed. This OTP can be obtained either via email, SMS, or specific 2FA applications like Authy and Aegis. Email and SMS-based OTPs are considered relatively less secure nowadays due to the ease with which SIM cards can be duplicated and mailboxes can be hacked. Applications that are specifically made for 2FA cores are much more reliable and secure. CAPTCHAs are used to stop bots from running through web pages precisely to prevent brute forcing through their website. Since brute force tools are automated, forcing the hacker to solve CAPTCHA for every iteration of a password manually is very challenging. The CAPTCHA system can filter out these automated bots that keep refreshing the page with different credentials, thereby reducing the chances of brute force considerably. A definite rule that locks the account being hacked for 30 minutes after a specific number of attempts is a good way to prevent brute force attempts. Many websites lock account for 30 minutes after 3 failed password attempts to secure the account against any such attack. On an additional note, some websites also send an email instructing the user that there have been 3 insecure attempts to log into the website. Let's look at a demonstration of how brute force attacks work in a real-world situation. The world has gone wireless. With Wi-Fi taking the reins in every household, it's natural that their security will always be up for debate. To further test the security index and understand brute force attacks, we will attempt to break into the password of a Wi-Fi router. For that to happen, we first need to capture a handshake file, which is a connection file from the Wi-Fi router to a connecting device like a mobile or a laptop. The operating system used for this process is Parrot Security, a Linux distribution that is catered to penetration testers. All the tools being used in this demo can easily be found pre-installed in this operating system.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
To start our demo, we're going to use a tool called Airgeddon, which is made to hack into wireless networks specifically. At this point, it's going to check for all the necessary scripts that are installed in the system. To crack into a Wi-Fi and to capture the handshake file, we're going to need an external network card. The significance of the external network card is a managed mode and a monitor mode. For now, the WLX1 named card is my external network adapter, which I'm going to select. To be able to capture data over the air, we're going to need to put it in monitor mode. As you can see above, it's written it is in managed mode right now. So we're going to select option 2, which is to put the interface in monitor mode. And its name is now WLAN 0 monitor. The monitor mode is necessary to capture data over the air. That is the necessary reason why we need an external card, since a lot of inbuilt cards that come with the laptops and the systems, they cannot have a monitor mode installed. Once we select the mode, we can go into the fifth, which is the handshake tools menu. In the first step, we have to explore for targets, and it is written that monitor mode is necessary to select a target. So let's explore for targets and press enter. We have to let this run for about 60 seconds to get a fair idea about the networks that are currently working in this locality. For example, this ESS ID is supposed to be the Wi-Fi name that we see when connecting to a network. Geo24, Recover Me, these are all the names that we see on our mobile when trying to search for the Wi-Fis. This BSS ID is supposed to be an identifier, somewhat like a MAC address that identifies this network from other devices. The channels features on one or two, there are many channels that the networks can focus on. This here is supposed to be a client that is connected to one such network. For example, the station that you can see, 5626, this is supposed to be the MAC address of the device that is connected to a router. This BSS ID is supposed to be which Wi-Fi it is connected to. For example, 5895D8 is this one, which is the Geo24 router. So we already know which router has a device connected to it, and we can use our attack to capture this handshake. Now that it has already run for 1 minute, now that we press Ctrl C, we will be asked to select a target. See, it has already selected the number 5, which is the Geo24 router, as the one with clients. So it is easy to run an attack on, and it is easy to capture a handshake for. We select network 5 and we run a capture handshake. It says we have a valid WPA2 network target selected and that the script can continue. Now, to capture the handshake, we have a couple of attacks, a deauth or a deauth air replay attack. What this attack does is kick the clients out of the network. In return, when they try to reconnect to the Wi-Fi, as they are configured that way, that when a client is disconnected, it tries to reconnect it immediately, it tries to capture a handshake file, which in turn contains the security key, which is necessary to initiate the handshake. For our demo, let's go with the second option, that is the deauth air replay attack. Select a timeout value, let's say we give it 60 seconds, and we start the script. We can see it capturing data from the Geo24 network, and here we go. We have the WPA handshake file. Once the handshake file is captured, you can actually close this, and here we go, congratulations. In order to capturing a handshake, it has verified that a PMK ID from the target network has successfully been captured. This is the file that is already stored. It's a .cap file. For the path, we can, let's say we can keep it in a desktop. Okay, we give the path and the handshake file is generated. We can already see a target over here, same Geo24 router with the BSS ID. Now if we return to its main menu, we already have the handshake file captured with us. Now our job is to brute force into that handshake capture file. The capture file is often encrypted with the security key of the Wi-Fi network. If we know how to decrypt it, we will automatically get the security key. So let's go to the offline WPA2 decrypt menu. Since we'll be cracking personal networks, we can go with option 1. Now to run the brute force tool, we have two options. Either we can go with the aircrack or we can go with the hashcat. Let's go with aircrack plus crunch, which is a brute force attack against a handshake file. We can go with option 2. It can already detect the capture file that we have generated. So we select yes. The BSS ID is the one which denotes the Geo24 router. So we're going to select yes as well. The minimum length of the key, for example, it has already checked that the minimum length of a Wi-Fi security key, which is a WPA2 PSK key, will always be more than 8 digits and below 64 digits. So we have to select something in between this range. So if we already know, let's say that the password is at least 10 digits, we can go with the minimum length as 10. And as a rough guess, let's say we put the maximum length as 20. The character set that we're going to use for checking the password will affect the time taken to brute force. For example, if we already know that, or we have seen a user use the password while connecting to the router as something that has only numbers and symbols, then we can choose accordingly. Let's say if we go with only uppercase characters and numeric characters, go with option 7, and it's going to start decrypting. So how AirCrack is working right here, you can see this passphrase over here. The first 5 or 6 digits are A. It starts working its way from the end, from the last character. It keeps trying every single combination. You can see the fourth character from the right side, the D. It will eventually turn to E because it keeps checking up every single character from the end. This will keep going on until all the single characters are tested and every single combination is tried out. Since the handshake file is encrypted using the security key, that is the WPA2 key of the router, whichever passphrase is able to decrypt the handshake key completely will be the key of the Wi-Fi router. This is the way we can brute force into Wi-Fi routers anywhere in the world.
Cyber attacks are frequently making headlines in today's digital environment. At any time, everyone who uses a computer could become a victim of a cyber attack. There are various sorts of cyber attacks ranging from phishing to password attacks. In this video, we'll look into one such attack that is known as botnet. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon never to miss an update. To begin with, let's take a look at some of the famous botnet attacks. The first one is Mirai botnet, which is a malicious program designed to attack vulnerable IoT devices and infect them to form a network of bots that on command perform basic and medium level denial of service attacks. Then we have the Zeus bot, specifically designed for attacking the system for bank related information and data. Now let's see what exactly a botnet is. Botnet refers to a network of hijacked interconnected devices that are installed with malicious codes known as malware. Each of these infected devices are known as bots, and a hijacked criminal known as bot hoarder remotely controls them. The bots are used to automate large-scale attacks, including data theft, server failure, malware propagation, and denial of service attacks. Now that we know what exactly a botnet is, let's dive deeper into learning how a botnet works. During the preparation of a botnet network, the first step involves preparing the botnet army. After that, the connection between the botnet army and the control server is established. And the end, the launching of the attack is done by the bot hoarder. Let's understand through an illustration. Firstly, we have a bot hoarder that initiates the attack. According to the control server commands, the devices that are infected with the malware programs and begins to attack the infected system. Let's see some details regarding the preparation of the botnet army. The first step is known as the prepping the botnet army. The first step is creating a botnet is to infect as many as connected devices as possible. This ensures that there are enough bots to carry out the attack. This way, it creates bots either by exploiting the security gaps in the software or websites or using phishing attacks. They are often deployed through Trojan horses. For the next step we have establishing the connection. Once it hacks the device, as per previous step, it infects it with the specific malware that connects the device back to the control bot server. A bot hoarder uses command programming to drive the bot's actions. And the last step is known as launching the attack. Once infected, a bot allows access to admin level operation like gathering and stealing of data, reading and rewriting the system data, monitoring user activities, performing denial of service attacks, including other cybercrimes. Now let's take a look at the botnet architecture. The first type is known as client-server model. The client-server model is a traditional model that operates with the help of a command and control center server and communication protocols like IRC. When the bot header issues a command to the server, it is then relayed to the client to perform malicious actions. Then we have peer-to-peer model. Here controlling the infected bots involves a peer-to-peer network that relies on a decentralized approach. That is, the bots are topological interconnected and acts as both C and C servers, that is, the server and the client. Today hackers adopt this approach to avoid detection and single point failure. In the end, we will see some points on some countermeasure against botnet attacks. The first step is to have updated drivers and system updates. After that, we should avoid clicking random pop-ups or links that we often see on the internet. And lastly, having certified antivirus, anti-spyware softwares, and firewall installed into a system will protect against malware attack. The internet is an endless source of information and data. Still, in some cases, we come across some occurrences like cyberattacks, hacking, forced entry, which may affect our time on the web. Hi everyone and welcome to the Simplilearn channel. Today we will discuss a topic that secretly records our input data, that is known as keyloggers. But before we begin, if you like watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. To understand the keylogging problem better, let's take a look at an example. This is June. She works in a business firm where she manages the company's data regularly. This is Jacob from the information department who is here to inform her about some of the security protocols. During the briefing, she informed him about some of the problems her system was facing with, which included slow reaction speed and unusual internet activity. As Jacob heard about the problems with the system, he thinks of the possibility what could be the reason behind these problems her system was facing with. The conclusion that he came across was the keylogging issue. Unknown to the problem her system was facing with, she asked him about some of the details regarding it. For today's topic, we learn what exactly keyloggers are and how they affect our system, what are the harmful effects that keylogging can bring into the system. To begin with, we learn what exactly the keylogging program is. As the name suggests, keylogger is a malicious program or a tool that is designed to record keystrokes that are typed during data input and record them into a log file. Then the same program secretly sends these log files to its origin, where they can be used for malicious acts by the hacker. Now that we know what the keylogging program is, let's take a look how they enter into the system. Searching for a suitable driver for a system can often lead to the installation of the keylogging program into the system if we often visit suspicious sites and uncertified software are installed into our system. Then, if we use unknown links or visiting unknown websites which come through unknown addresses can also be a reason behind the keylogging issue entering into the system. And lastly, there are often cases where different pop-ups that we often see on social sites or different media sites can lead to the installation of keylogging program into our system. Now that we know how the problem gets into the system, let's take a look how to identify whether the system is infected by the keylogging issue. The keylogging issue can be identified if there are often cases when a keyboard lags behind the system. The data that we enter sometimes is stuck in between when we type through the input. Then, there are cases when the system freeze occurs unknowingly to what exactly could be the reason behind them. And also there are delayed reaction time for different applications that run on the system. And lastly, there are different cases when we often see suspicious internet activity on the system that we don't know about. This could lead to the identification of a problem into the system. Now, we'll take a look at different types of keyloggers that are present on the net which can harm our system differently. The first problem that keyloggers arouse is API based. The most common keylogging case which uses APIs to keep a log of the type data and share it to its origin for malicious purposes. Each time we press a key, the keylogger intercepts the signal and logs it. Then we have form grabbing based keyloggers. As the name suggests, they are based keyloggers that store the form data. That is, if we often use web forms or different kinds of forms to enter different data, they can be recorded into the system by the program and sent it to its origin. Then we have kernel-based keyloggers. These keyloggers are installed deeply into the operating system, where they can hide from different antivirus if not checked properly, and they record the data that we type on the keyboard and send it to its origin. And lastly, we have hardware keyloggers. These keyloggers are present directly into the hardware. That is, they are embedded into system where they record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now let's take a look how hackers differentiate different type of recorded data and exploit them. When hackers receive information about the target, they might use it to blackmail the target, which may affect the personal life of the target and also blackmail them for different money related issues. Then, in case of company data that is recorded by the keylogging program can also affect the economic value of the company in the market, which may lead to the downfall of the company. Also, in some cases, the keylogging program can also log data about military secrets, which may include nuclear codes or security protocols which are necessary to maintain the security of a country. Now, let's take a look whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging issue or not. In the case of hand devices, infection of keyloggers are low in comparison to the computer systems, as they use on-screen keyboard or virtual keyboard. But in some cases, we often see different kinds of malicious programs getting installed into the hand device if we often visit different uncertified websites or illegal websites or torrent sites. And also, the device that is infected with the keylogging issue or different kind of malicious program can often lead to the exploitation of data that includes photos, emails, or important files by the hacker or the cyber criminal that installed the particular malicious program into the system. Now, to prevent a system from getting infected by the keylogging program, let's take a look at different points. The first point includes using of different antivirus softwares or tools which can prevent the entering of malicious program into the system. Then, keeping system security protocols regularly updated is also a good habit. And lastly, using virtual keyboard to input our sensitive data, which may include bank details, login details, or different passwords related to different websites. Now that we have some understanding about the topic of keyloggers, let's take a look at the demo to further increase the knowledge about the topic. For the first step, we have to download some of the important libraries that are required into the system, which is this library. Now we'll run it. The system says the library is already installed into the system. Now let's take a look what exactly modules are required from the particular library. From this library, we'll import the keyboard module, which will help us to record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now, from the same, we'll also import key module and the listener module, and also the logging module, which will help us to record the data into a log file. For the next part, we'll write a piece of code that will allow us to save the data that is recorded by the program into a text file that will be named as key_log text file along with the date and time stamp. Let's take a look. Now, we'll provide it with the file name that will be given as keylog.txt file, and also show the part where the format of the data is recorded. Put the brackets over here to contain the file name. Now we'll write the format in which the data will be recorded into the log file, which will be given as the format would be the message and the timestamp, which would be given as along with the timestamp given as percentage and ending it with the bracket. Now, for the next step, we'll design two of the functions that will be used into the program that will be termed as while press function and while release function. Let's take a look. While press function would be a function that will come into play when the keyboard key has been pressed is pressed. And this would go for the format that we designed in the above line, and logging the pressed key info, a string file to be recorded into the log file. Now we'll design a function that is while release. That will come into play when the escape key has been pressed. That is, the program will terminate itself and the program will stop from running. And in the end, we require for the functioning of the program to loop these functions, that is while press and while release, to continue its cycle. That will be going for while press and on release will contain while release function as listener. And now this part would join the different threads and store them into the log file. Now that we have completed the code for the program, let's run it. We have to wait for a moment so the program runs it. Now, to verify the program, let's open Notepad. And on the Notepad, we'll write hello world, which will be the basic whether the program is working or not. Let's take a look. And we'll go for the main page on Jupyter Notebook and refresh the page. Go to the bottom. Over here, we see the keylog text. That is a text file that we created. Let's open it. And over here, we have the data that is created. as we started with. Note, then this is the hello world part that we created just now, which shows that the program we created is working properly. Now that we have reached the end of the module, let's take a look at the summary. Firstly, we learned what exactly keyloggers are. Then we understood what different modes are present, how the system get infected with the keylogging problem. Then we learned how to detect the problem into our system. Then we learned what different types of keyloggers are present on the net. We also understood how hackers use the recorded data from the program. And we also learned whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging problem or not. And lastly, we understood what different points can be taken to prevent the entering of the keylogging problem into the system.
And before we begin, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity, or to become an ethical hacker by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch career with cybersecurity or ethical hacker by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Computing. The course link is mentioned in the description box below that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
Before we learn about the Pegasus platform, let us understand what spyware is and its working. Spyware is a category of malware that can gather information regarding a user or a device straight from the host machine. It is mostly spread by malicious links via email or chat applications. When a link with the malware is received, clicking on this link will activate the spyware, which allows the hacker to spy on all our user information. With some spyware systems, even clicking on the link isn't necessary to trigger the malicious payload. This can ultimately cause security complications and further loss of privacy. One such spyware system that is making the rounds in the tech industry today is Pegasus. The Pegasus is a spyware system developed by an Israeli company known as the NSO Group. It runs on mainly mobile devices, spanning across the major operating systems like the Apple's iOS on iPhone and the standard Android versions. This is not a newly developed platform since Pegasus has existed since as early as 2016. A highly intricate spyware program that can track user location, read text messages, scan through mobile files, access device camera and microphone to record voice and video. Pegasus has all the tools necessary to enforce surveillance for any client that wishes to buy its services. Initially, the NSO Group had designed the software to be used against terrorist factions of the world. With more and more encrypted communication channels coming to the forefront, Pegasus was designed to maintain control over the data transmission that can be a threat to national security. Unfortunately, the people who bought the software had complete control over who, how, and up to what level they can put surveillance limits on. Eventually, the primary clients became sovereign nations. Spying on public information that is supposed to stay private became really easy with this service. Multiple devices can be affected with the same spyware system to create a network information. This network keeps feeding data to the host. To understand how a network can be created, let's know how a mobile device can be affected by Pegasus. We all communicate with friends and family over instant messaging applications and email in some instances. If you check your inbox on a regular basis, you must have noticed that we receive some spam emails that the mail providers like Gmail and Yahoo can just filter into the spam folder. Some of these messages bypass this filter and make their way into a person's inbox. They look like generic emails which are supposed to be safe. The Pegasus spyware targets such occurrences by passing malicious messages and links which install the necessary spy software on the user's mobile device, be it Android or an iPhone. This isn't unique to the email ecosystem, since it's equally likely to be targeted via SMS text, WhatsApp, Instagram, or even the most secure messaging apps like Signal and Threema. Once the malicious links are clicked, a spyware package is downloaded and installed on the device. After the spyware is successfully installed, the perpetrator who sent the payload to the victim can monitor everything the user does. Pegasus can collect private emails, passwords, images, videos, and every other piece of information that passes through the device network. All this data is transmitted back to the central server, where the primary spying organization can monitor the activities at a granular level. This is not even surface level, since complex spyware software like Pegasus can access the root files on our mobiles. These root files hold information that is crucial to the working of the Android and iOS operating systems. Leaking such private information is a massive blow to the security and the privacy of an individual. The information that may seem trivial, like the name of your Wi-Fi connection or the last time you ordered an item from Amazon, are indeed all valuable information. This exploitation is primarily possible due to the zero-day vulnerabilities known as bugs in the software development process. The zero-day bugs are the ones that have just been discovered by some independent security company or a researcher. Once they are found, reporting these vulnerabilities to the developer of the platform, which would be either Google for Android or Apple for iOS, is the right thing to do. However, many such critical bugs make their way onto the dark web, where hackers can use them to create exploits. These exploits are then sent to innocent users with a link or a message, like we had discussed before. Pegasus was able to affect the latest devices with all the security patches installed, but some bugs are not reported to the developers or just cannot be fixed without breaking some core functionality. These become the gateway for spyware to enter into the system. You can never be 100% safe, but you sure can give it all in protecting yourself. The one thing where Pegasus stands out is its zero-click action feature. Usually in spam emails, the malicious code is activated when the user clicks the malware link. A user doesn't need to click the link in the new version of the Pegasus and a few other spyware programs. Once the message arrives in the inbox of WhatsApp, Gmail, or any other chat applications, the spyware gets activated and everything can be recorded and sent back to the central server. The primary issue with being affected by spyware as a victim is detection. Unlike crypto miners and Trojans, spying services usually do not demand many system resources, which makes them tough to detect after they have been activated. Since many devices slow down after a couple of years, any kind of performance hit due to such spyware is often attributed to poor software longevity by the users. They do not check meticulously for any other causes that is causing this slowdown. When left unchecked, these devices can capture voice and video from the mobile sensors while keeping the owner in the dark. Let's take a moment to check if we are well aware of the causes of such attacks. How do users fall prey to such spyware programs? A. By installing untested software. B. By clicking on the third-party links from email and messages. C. By not keeping their apps and phones updated. Or D. All of the above. Let us know your answers in the comment section below and we will reveal the correct answer next week. But what about the unaffected devices, the vulnerable ones? While we cannot be certain of our security, there are a few things we can do to boost our device, be it against Pegasus or the next big spyware on the market. Let's say we are safe now and we have the time to take the necessary steps to prevent a spyware attack. What are the things we can go for? Our primary goal must always be to keep our apps and the operating system updated with the latest security patches. The vulnerabilities that the exploits target are often discovered by developers from Google and Apple, which send the security patches quickly. This can be done for individual apps as well, so keeping them updated is of utmost importance. While the most secure devices have fallen prey to Pegasus as well, a security patch from developers may help in minimizing the damage at a later stage, or maybe negate the entire spyware platform altogether. Another big factor is the spread of malware is the trend of sideloading Android applications using .apk files. Downloading such apps from a third-party website have no security checks involved and are mostly responsible for adware and spyware invasions on user devices. Avoiding the sideloading of apps would be a major step in protecting yourself. We often receive spam emails or texts from people we may not know on social medias. They are accompanied with links that allow malware to creep into our device. We should try to follow the trusted websites and not click on any links that redirect us to unknown domains. Spyware is a controversial segment in governance. While the ramifications are pretty extreme in theory, it severely impacts user privacy against authoritarian regimes. Sufficient resources and a contingent plan can alter the false veil of democracy altogether. Even if our daily life is rather simplistic, we must understand that privacy is not about what we have to hide. Instead, it portrays the things we have to protect. It stands for everything we have to share with the outside world, both rhetorically and literally. Hey everyone, today we look at a hack which took the world by storm and affected multiple governments and corporations, the SolarWinds attack. The global statistics indicate that upward of 18,000 customers have been affected, potentially needing billions to recover the losses incurred. Before we have a look at this hack, Make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell to never miss an update from Simplilearn. The date is December 8th, 2020. FireEye, a global leader in companies specializing in cybersecurity, released a blog post that caught the attention of the entire IT community. A software known as Orion, which was developed by SolarWinds Incorporated, had become a victim of a remote access Trojan, or a RAT. The breach was estimated to be running since the spring of 2020 and went virtually unnoticed for months. The reveal sent the developers of the Orion software into a frenzy, as they quickly released a couple of hotfixes for their platform in order to mitigate this threat and prevent further damage. But how did this come into existence? We first need to understand the platform which was responsible for this breach. SolarWinds, a software company based in Texas, United States, had developed a management platform known as Orion. Catering to corporations and governments worldwide, Orion was responsible for the monitoring and management of IT administration. This included managing the client servers, virtualization components, and even the organization's network infrastructure that bought the platform. SolarWinds claims they have more than 300,000 clients, including US government agencies and several Fortune 500 companies. This entire chain can be classified as a supply chain attack. In this variant of cybercrime, the hackers target relatively weaker links in an organization's chain of control and delivery. These are preferably services rendered by a third party, since there is no direct jurisdiction over it. In this case, the Orion platform was the primary target. The culprit, however, was software updates. The update server for SolarWinds Orion had a malicious version attached with malware, or a Trojan to be precise. This was made possible since the code repository that handled the software updates was breached. Once the update server repository was compromised, the source code of the applications became open to modification, and malicious code found its way onto the software. A remote access Trojan was attached to a potential update nicknamed the Sunburst update. This update gave hackers backdoor access to any client that uses the correct version. On its release, many clients believed the update to be legitimate since it came from the right source, and they had no reason to believe otherwise. American government agencies were supposedly hit the hardest, as the list of victims included the US Departments of Homeland Security, Treasury, and Health. Several private companies like Cisco, Nvidia, and Intel were compromised, according to a list published by the cybersecurity firm TrueSec. Most of the companies had issued quick updates to fix these vulnerabilities introduced by the software. While the actual perpetrators have never been found, it is believed that this was an act of cross-border corporate espionage conducted by state-sponsored hackers either from Russia or China. Before we move forward, let's take a recap of the things we learned. What category of malware was responsible for the SolarWinds hack? Was it one, a virus, a remote access Trojan, a spyware, or a worm? Let us know your answers in the comment section right away, and we will reveal the correct answer in a week. Coming to possible reparations, the Biden government has launched a full investigation on the effects and the repercussions of this breach. There are a couple of things that we as consumers must always tend to when working our way through the World Wide Web. Using a password manager is highly recommended, which can generate secure alphanumeric passwords. You must also use different passwords for different accounts, thereby reducing the chances of a single point of failure should one of those accounts get breached. Usage of two-factor authentication applications is also encouraged since it acts as a safety net if hackers directly get a hold of our credentials. Clicking on unknown links transmitted via emails is also a strict no, as is installing applications from unverified sources. The SolarWinds hack is estimated to cost the parent company nearly $18 million as reparations, making it one, if not the biggest hacks in cyberspace history. As recently as of July 2021, the hackers accessed some US attorneys' Microsoft 365 email accounts as part of the attack. Criminal organizations like the FBI and CIA are determined to figure out the culprits responsible for this debacle. However, the intricacy and the full extent of the breach makes it a way more complicated job than it looks on paper.
The day is 26th February 2022. The world is hit with breaking news that Russian state TV channels have been hacked by Anonymous, a hacktivist collective and movement who have made a name taking part in multiple cyber wars in the past decade. This was in response to the Russian aggression on Ukrainian territory in the hopes of annexation. Anonymous hacked the Russian state TV networks to combat propaganda in Russia and highlight the damage to life meted out by the Kremlin in Ukraine. They also hacked 120,000 Russian troops' personal information and the Russian central bank,
stealing 35,000 files. This served as a clear indicator of how cyber war can change the momentum in battle, something which people had never seen so closely. So, what is cyber war? A digital assault or series of strikes or hacks against a country is sometimes referred to as a cyber war. It has the ability to cause havoc on government and civilian infrastructure, as well as disrupt essential systems, causing state harm and even death. In this day and age, the internet plays a bigger role than just watching videos and learning content. It's where you have your personal data and carry financial transactions. So rather than resorting to physical violence, cyber war has become the new means to cause havoc, considering the vulnerability of the data passing through the internet. In most circumstances, cyber warfare involves a nation-state attacking another. In certain cases, the assaults are carried out by terrorist organizations or non-state actors pursuing a hostile nation's aim. In June 2021, Chinese hackers targeted organizations like Verizon to secure remote access to their networks. Stuxnet was a computer worm designed to attack Iran's nuclear facilities, but evolved and expanded to many other industrial and energy-producing sites in 2010. Since the definition of cyber war is so vague, applying rules and sanctions based on digital assault is even tougher, making the field of cyber warfare a lawless land, not bound by any rules or policies. There are multiple ways in which these attacks can be carried out. A major category of cyber attack is espionage. Espionage entails monitoring other countries to steal critical secrets. This might include compromising vulnerable computer systems with botnets or spear phishing attempts before extracting sensitive data in cyber warfare. The next weapon in cyber war is sabotage. Government agencies must identify sensitive data and its dangers if it is exploited. Insider threats, such as disgruntled or irresponsible personnel or government staff with ties to the attacking country, can be used by hostile countries or terrorists to steal or destroy information. By overwhelming a website with bogus requests and forcing it to handle them, denial of service attacks prohibit real users from accessing it. Attacking parties may use this form of assault to disrupt key operations and systems and prevent citizens, military, and security officials, and research organizations from accessing sensitive websites. But what benefits does cyber war offer in contrast to traditional physical warfare? The most important advantage is the ability to conduct attacks from anywhere globally without having to travel thousands of miles. As long as the attacker and target are connected to the internet, organizing and launching cyber wars is relatively less tedious than physical warfare. People living in or battling for a country are subjected to propaganda attacks in an attempt to manipulate their emotions and thoughts. Digital infrastructure is highly crucial in today's modern world. Starting from communication channels to secure storage servers, crippling a country's footprint and control on the internet is very damaging. But what are some of the ways we as citizens protect ourselves in the case of a cyber war? In the unfortunate event that your country is involved in warfare, be sure to fact-check every piece of information and follow only trusted sources in that frame of time. Even conversations online should be limited to a need-to-know basis, considering propaganda campaigns have the power to influence the tide of war drastically. It is highly crucial to follow basic security guidelines to secure our devices, like regularly updating our operating systems, occasionally running full system antivirus scans, etc. If your country or organization is being attacked, having devices segregated in a network goes a long way in bolstering security. Try to avoid sharing a lot of personal data online. In this era of Instagram and Facebook, divulging private information can be detrimental to keeping a secure firewall for your data. The more information an attacker has access to, the higher his chances of being able to devise a plan to infiltrate defenses.
Today we will explore the world of cybersecurity with HackerGPT, a specialized version of ChatGPT designed for ethical hacking and cybersecurity. In a digital landscape where cyber attacks occur every 39 seconds, causing billions in damages annually, HackerGPT provides the essential tools and knowledge to defend against these threats. So HackerGPT offers guidance on a wide range of topics including security practices, ethical hacking techniques, and scripting for system security. Cybercrime damages are expected to reach $6 trillion annually, making it a major challenge for organizations. And if we talk about some of the breaches, so in 2020, over 36 billion records were exposed due to data breaches. and the infamous Equifax breach of 2017, where 147 million people's information was compromised, highlights the importance of regular security assessments and vulnerability management. These are the areas where HackerGPT excels, and HackerGPT strictly adheres to ethical guidelines, refusing to assist with any unethical or illegal queries. So our commitment is to provide guidance that adheres to legal and professional standards, helping you become a responsible cybersecurity professional. So guys, let's get started with HackerGPT that equip you with the knowledge and skills to defend against cyber threats ethically and effectively.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
And just a quick info for you guys, if you are an aspiring cybersecurity professional looking for online training and certification from prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts to enhance your credibility, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity from MIUT University in collaboration with EC Council should be your right choice. For more details, you can use the link in the description box and pinned comment. So let's get started. So guys, this is ChatGPT and this is the paid version of ChatGPT 4.0. And what I was telling you is, this is the Explore GPT section. So here you can find all the GPTs that are created by ChatGPT, OpenAI, or the individuals, or you can find the companies who have created GPTs. So you can find these are the recently used, and this is the most used HackerGPT. You can find other GPTs also, that is HackerGPT, and you could see that, and they have been used by 5,000 plus users, and this have been used by 10,000 plus users. So you can just search for ethical HackerGPT here, and it has been rated 4.5 stars, 10,000 plus conversations, and these are the conversation starters if you need any assistance. And the capabilities you can see here, and the ratings given by users, and more by the creator who has created this. So we'll start with this. We'll start the chat here, and I want to tell you guys that ChatGPT doesn't answer non-ethical questions. So if you try to extract that information from ChatGPT, that won't be possible. But we can do a bit, like we can cross a bit line with ethical HackerGPT, but that should be used for ethical purposes only. So I will show you guys how you can utilize this GPT. And one more thing guys, if you want to create your own GPT, you can also create that also. You can go to Explore GPT section, and here's the create option. Click on create, and here you can start creating your GPT. If you click on configure, you can write the name of your GPT, description, instructions, and the conversation starters as you just saw with the HackerGPT, ethical HackerGPT, and the capabilities, what you want to be enabled, you can do that. And here in the create section, you could write the prompts here, and it will take that information and use it for more purposes. And here you could attach more files that could help create your GPT. Okay guys, so here you could see the configuration and the preview of your GPT, and you can finalize that. So moving back, we'll get back to ethical HackerGPT and start with our conversation with him. So starting with, the first thing we can do is we can ask him like, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? So if I tell you guys, performing a basic security assessment on a web application is crucial for identifying vulnerabilities and ensuring the application is secure. And this process involves using various tools and techniques to test the application for common security issues. So you could ask him that, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? And just wait for a few seconds, and you could have the response from ethical HackerGPT. So you could see that performing a basic security assessment on a web application involves several key steps, and these are the key steps. Number one is preparation and information gathering. And how you can do that, these are the steps: identify the scope, gather information. Then is the second step, that is reconnaissance, and you can use the tools Burpsuit, Nikto, and others. Similarly, you could see all the steps here. So I won't be guiding, or I won't be reading what responses are generated by ethical HackerGPT. I have used that, and he provides very accurate, like I would say around 95 to 96% accurate results. Here I want to show you guys how you can utilize it. So I will show you prompts and what things you can ask him. So this was all about, repeat. So this was about the general security thing. Now we'll move to ethical hacking, and we can ask him how we can perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment. So these are the prompts that you can write. That would be, how do I perform a SQL injection attack, and that too ethically. If you write this, that would be good on a test environment. And if I tell you guys, so SQL injection is one of the most common web application vulnerabilities, and understanding how to perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment can help you identify and mitigate this risk in your own applications. And you could see he has responded, and he has provided you the steps that you can set up a controlled test environment first thing, then preparation, and you could use these tools. Then you have the manual SQL injection testing. So these are the methods that you could use, that is or 1 equal to 1 for the database, and automated SQL injection testing. So this is the command for that, and you could verify vulnerability, documentation, reporting. So you could see that this GPT is capable of answering the basic questions, as we have discussed the basics question till now. Now we'll move to scripting and automation. So here you could see how he respond to this. So we'll ask him, can you provide a Python script to scan open ports on a network? So let's see what he provides. Provide a Python script, and that too to scan ports on a network. So scanning open ports on a network is a fundamental step in identifying potential vulnerabilities, and a Python script that can automate this process, making it easier to regularly check for open ports and secure them. So this is the Python script. You can use any ID and run on that, and you could see that he's explaining the code also. Yeah, you can ask him like, can you explain the code line by line, and this hacker GPT will do that for you. And how to run the script, that also he has provided you. And similarly, we can also ask him that how we can write a bash script to monitor and log unauthorized login attempts. And if you want, I can also run this prompt. How do I write a bash script, and that too to monitor and log unauthorized access, unauthorized login attempts. So we can monitor and log unauthorized login attempts, and that would be essential for maintaining the security of your system. So as you can see, he has written a bash script, and that can help you automate this process, and this will provide real-time alerts and logs for further analysis. And you could see that he is providing the explanation and how you can run the script, and he's writing the note also. Like, you can write more prompts if you have any doubts in any of the script or any of the responses that hacker GPT has responded, and he will definitely provide you with good responses. So now moving on, now we'll ask this ethical hacker GPT about some specific security tools, and we could ask him about burp suit. And so let's write a prompt. Can you explain how to configure and use burp suit? Or we can write for web application testing. So if I sum you up, so burp suit is a powerful tool for web application security testing, and understanding how to configure and use it effectively can help you identify and address a wide range of security vulnerabilities in your applications. So you could see he has provided the initial steps, that would be downloading and installing burp suit, configuring your browser to use burp suit as a proxy, and then intercept and inspect traffic, and then you can use it for testing purpose, logging and reporting, and tips for effective testing. So this is the response. for the security tools. And if we talk about incident response, we can ask him to write a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So collecting system logs is a critical part of incident response and forensic analysis. And this script can automate processes that can ensure that you have all the necessary data to investigate security incidents effectively. So if I write here, we can ask this hacker GPT, and I'm sure he will provide the response for that and write the script. So can you provide a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis? So as I told you, this is the critical part of incident response, and we have covered about the tools, that is Burp Suite. We have asked him about the automation process, general cybersecurity question, ethical hacking, that would be SQL injection attack, and the Python script to scan open ports on a network. So he can write scripts also, automation tasks, and he could respond with the general cybersecurity questions also. And if you see here, for the incident response, he has written the script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So I won't be explaining this code, as we're just looking for the prompts that we can give to ethical hacker GPT. If you want, you could just ask him also that explain this code line by line. And here he has mentioned also the explanation, that is directories and files to collect. And after that, he is collecting the logs, and that will be copied in the directory, that is, he has mentioned it, a variable that is output directory. Archiving logs, cleanup, and how to run the script. So this was about the incident response. Now we'll move to some advanced topics. And in advanced topics, what we can ask him is how to perform a man-in-the-middle attack in a controlled environment. And remember these, that you have to mention some of the keywords that would be in a controlled environment. And for that thing only, he will respond or provide the response to you. So I will start here, that how do I perform a man in the middle attack in a controlled environment. So if you understand man in the middle attack that works in a controlled environment, this can help you develop better defenses against such attacks. And it's important to learn and practice these techniques ethically. So you can see here that he is providing the prerequisites and the step-by-step guide how you can conduct a man-in-the-middle attack. So first is set up the control environment, then install necessary tools, enable IP forwarding, perform ARP spoofing, and then capture and analyze traffic, clean up and restore the network, and conclusion. So you could just follow up with more prompts, that I want more information about setting up the control environment. Just write this prompt, and this ethical hacker GPT will provide more responses to you. So he will provide you how you can set up the control environment. So now moving on, we will ask some more prompts, and that could be about the reverse engineering. So we could ask him that, can you explain the processes of reverse engineering a malware sample? Or we can also ask about honeypot to detect malicious activity. That could be, how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? Or what are the techniques for securing a Docker container? So we'll ask him one prompt here. Let's see what he responds to that. So how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? So you could see that he has started responding to that. And if I tell you the sum, so a honeypot is a security mechanism set to detect, deflect, or in mechanism to some manner, and it counteract attempts at unauthorized use of information systems. Implementing a honeypot can help you monitor and understand attack patterns. And this is the step-by-step guide to implement a honeypot. You can choose the type of honeypot, prepare your environment, install and configure the honeypot software, and these are all the commands how you can configure it. Then you can monitor and analyze the honeypot and regular maintenance and updates. and this is the simple endpoint using Honeyd. You could install that and run these commands. So with that, guys, and in the last we will also cover cybersecurity policies and compliance. So he could also answer to those prompts also, that you can ask him that what should be included in a company's cybersecurity policy, and you could mention which type of company you are running. So I will ask him that, so you could ask him that what should be included in a edtech company's cybersecurity policy. So let's see. So you could see here that creating a comprehensive security policy for an edtech company involves adding various aspects, and that would be introduction. First is the purpose for cybersecurity policy, scope, roles and responsibilities, data protection and privacy, network security, application security, user security awareness and training, incident response and management, compliance and legal requirements, physical security, device and endpoint security. So similarly, you could ask him that draft me the company's cybersecurity policy and start with the introduction. So he will provide you all the introduction points, and then you can ask him that draft roles and responsibilities. He will draft that also. So you could like break it into parts and ask the ethical hacker GPT, and he will respond to you, as it has some limitations of some words and some of the responses. So you could ask him in the breaking parts and he will respond to you. Hey there learners, welcome to Simplilearn. Today, we will see the starting journey in cybersecurity that is super exciting but can be a bit daunting. So to help you out, we are going to talk about some common mistakes that beginners often make and how you can avoid them. If you're just getting started or looking to improve your skills, this guide will set you on the right path. So let's dive in and make sure your cybersecurity career gets off to a strong start. So let's get started, and we'll see the worst beginner cybersecurity mistakes everyone makes. And we'll start with the number one point, that is ignoring basics. So many beginners rush into advanced topics without mastering the basics, which can lead to confusion and frustration later on. It's essential to build a strong foundation before diving into complex subjects. If we talk about, number one is understanding networking. Networking is the backbone of cybersecurity. Learn how data travels across networks, different types of networks like LAN and WAN, and basic networking protocols. Knowing how network protocol functions help you understand how attacks occur and how to defend against them. Then comes mastering operating systems. So operating systems are another critical area. Whether it's Windows, Linux or Mac OS, you need to know how different OS work and learn about file systems, user management, and basic command line skills. So this knowledge is crucial for tasks like malware analysis and system hardening. Then comes the basic coding skills. So coding is an invaluable skill in cybersecurity. You can start with a simple language like Python and learn how to write scripts to automate tasks, analyze data, and understand the logic behind software vulnerabilities. So basic coding skills will help you comprehend how attacks are carried out and how to develop countermeasures. So taking the time to master these basics will make advanced topics much easier to understand and will set a solid foundation for your career in cybersecurity. So remember, it's a journey, and starting with the basics will ensure you build strong, lasting knowledge. Now we'll come to number second point, that is skipping hands-on practice. So this is also one of the cybersecurity mistakes that beginners make. Cybersecurity isn't just about theory. Practical experience is crucial, and many beginners focus too much on reading and studying without applying what they have learned. This creates a gap between knowledge and real world skills. So, the number one point here is setting up a home lab. So, create a home lab with an old computer or virtual machine to practice what you learn. Install different operating systems, set up networks, and simulate attacks in a controlled environment. Then comes real world scenarios. So use your home lab to practice real world scenarios like configuring firewalls and detecting intrusions. Platforms like Hack the Box and Try Hack Me offer cybersecurity challenges that mimic real life networks and systems. Then comes building confidence. So hands on practice builds confidence. So solving real problems and seeing the results of your actions make you more comfortable with cybersecurity tools and techniques. And this confidence is crucial when making quick, informed decisions in this field. So gaining practical experience bridges the gap between theory and practice, making you a more effective and confident cybersecurity professional. So now we'll see the third mistake that cybersecurity beginners make, that is lack of documentation. So documenting your work is a crucial yet often overlooked aspect of cybersecurity. Many beginners focus solely on learning new skills and solving problems without keeping track of their progress. However, good documentation practices can significantly enhance your learning experience. And by keeping detailed notes on what you learn, the tools you use, and the methods you apply, you create a valuable resource for future reference. And this habit helps you review and reinforce your knowledge, making it easier to remember complex concepts. Additionally, well documented work allows you to share your insights and solutions with others, whether through blogs, presentations, or team collaborations. It also helps in troubleshooting, as you can quickly revisit your steps to identify where something might have gone wrong. So, in the professional world, documentation is essential for maintaining clear and efficient communication within a team. And by starting this practice early, you will develop a habit that will benefit you throughout your career. And now we'll move to the fourth cybersecurity mistake for beginners, that is waiting too long to start applying for jobs. So, a common mistake many beginners make is waiting until they feel perfectly qualified before applying for cybersecurity jobs. This approach can be counterproductive. The truth is, you might never feel completely ready, and waiting too long can cause you to miss out on an valuable opportunity. So, start applying for jobs early in your learning journey. The process of applying and interviewing is a learning experience in itself. It helps you understand what employers are looking for, and it can highlight areas where you need to improve. So, early job applications also provide you with real world feedback and networking opportunities. Remember, many entry level positions are designed for people who are still learning and growing in this field. So, employers often value enthusiasm, willingness to learn, and problem solving skills as much as they do technical knowledge. So, by starting early, you can gain experience and build confidence, even if you are not yet perfectly qualified. And then comes the next mistake, that is trying to qualify for all jobs. So, in the vast field of cybersecurity, trying to qualify for every job out, there is a common but misguided approach. Cybersecurity encompasses a wide range of specialties, from network security and ethical hacking to incident response and security analysis. Instead of spreading yourself thin trying to learn everything, focus on a key few areas and become proficient in them. Specializing in special fields make you more valuable to potential employers. It's better to be an expert in one or two areas than to have superficial knowledge in many. So by focusing on specific skills, you can develop a better understanding and expertise that sets you apart from others. So this focused approach also makes it easier to stay updated with the latest trends and advancements in your chosen areas. Remember, depth of knowledge often outweighs breadth when it comes to career advancement and job satisfaction. So, this was all about trying to qualify for all jobs. Now, we'll see the biggest mistake, that is IT foundation fallacy. So, many aspiring cybersecurity professionals believe they need a deep IT background to start their career. This is same as the number one point, but this is a misconception. While having a solid foundation in IT can be beneficial, it's not a prerequisite for success in cybersecurity. What you need are the specific skills and practical experience. Focus on learning about networks, operating system, and security tools. Engage in hands-on practice through labs and simulations to build real-world skills. Cybersecurity is a field where practical knowledge and the ability to apply concepts matter more than theoretical IT knowledge. And many successful cybersecurity professionals come from diverse backgrounds, including those with minimal IT experience. So they succeed by continuing learning and adapting to new challenges. So don't let the lack of deep IT foundation hold you back. Concentrate on gaining the skills and experience that are directly relevant to the cybersecurity roles you are interested in. Now moving to number 7, that is not attending cybersecurity events. So attending cybersecurity events is one of the best ways to stay updated and connected in the field. These events, including conferences, webinars, and meetups, offer a wealth of information on the latest trends, tools, and threats in cybersecurity. They provide a platform to learn from experts, gain insights into industry developments, and discover new technologies. Additionally, these events are excellent networking opportunities. meeting other professionals that can lead to job opportunities, collaborations, and mentorship. Building a network within the cybersecurity community can provide support and guidance throughout your career. And many events also offer hands on workshops and training sessions that can enhance your practical skills. So, by actively participating in these events, you can demonstrate your commitment to continuous learning and professional development. Make it a habit to attend cybersecurity events regularly to stay engaged and informed. So, this was all about number 7 point, that is not attending cybersecurity events. Now, moving to number 8, that is obsessing over which specialization to choose. So, when starting a career in cybersecurity, many beginners obsess over which specialization to choose. This can be overwhelming and counterproductive. Instead of stressing about making the perfect choice, allow yourself the freedom to explore different areas of cybersecurity. The field is diverse, with specializations like penetration testing, incident response, security analysis, and more. Take the time to experiment with various topics and see what interests you the most. This exploration phase is valuable for gaining a broad understanding of this field. So, over time, you will naturally gravitate toward areas that align with your strengths and interests. So, remember, your specialization can evolve as you gain more experience and insights. Early in your career, focus on building a solid foundation and gaining exposure to different aspects of cybersecurity. This approach allows you to make an informed decision about your specialization when the time comes, ensuring you choose a path that truly excites and motivates you.
Thank you guys for exploring our cybersecurity expert course. We hope you found it insightful and valuable. Cybersecurity is a rapidly evolving field, and your new skills will be essential in protecting against emerging threats. Stay connected with us for more expert content, tips, and tutorials. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to stay updated on the latest cybersecurity. Till then, see you in the next video. Until then, stay safe and be secure.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.